which makes it easy for the members to update themselves. Quite rightly then, mycii.in is an online business resource center that provides a world of opportunities for industries. Download CII app in your phone and get access to knowledge, information updates, networking and finance facilitation through mycii.in. mycii.in provides unlimited access to the CII members so that all the departments can get their hands on relevant information. For more information, log on to mycii.in today and change the way you do business.
Morning, Ronit. Just checking my audio. Am I audible to you?
Morning, Mani. Yeah, it's clearly on. Hello. Good morning, Tony.
Morning, Ronit. I'm audible, right?
Yeah, it's clearly audible. Yeah.
Right. Thanks.
Ronit, good morning. Is my backdrop okay?
Yes, sir. The backdrop is perfectly fine, sir. Video is also clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Hiranandani. You are muted, I think.
How are you today?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
All good, all good. Thank you, thank you.
Samir, good morning. After a long time.
Hi there. Setting up a new infrastructure? A factory? A warehouse? A commercial building? Or a data center? Worried about your infrastructure engineering? Leave it to us. Whether it is an industrial project, a data center, or commercial fit-out, Avenue can be your turnkey partner for implementing and installing integrated MEP systems for your project. Avenue. Leave it to us.
Overwhelmed by the nuances of the business world, you are surrounded by a plethora of questions. Is there a one-stop solution for my business queries? How can I meet the who's who of the business industry? Is there a platform where I can showcase my products and services to the world? Is it possible to access all the global tender information and business leads at one place? Who can give my business the financial support it requires? Here is the solution you have been searching for. CII presents mycii.in, an online business resource center and a unique interactive business platform which has got a large base of subscribers. mycii.in gives you a platform to multiply, update, seek and enrich your knowledge so that your business goes places. Multiply your business prospects. With access to over 5,000 global live tenders on display every day, get multiple opportunities, upcoming business initiatives and business leads. MyCII's Finance Facilitation Center backs up many businesses with financial support. Finance Facilitation Center is one-stop resource point for attending to the needs of the SMEs by bridging the gap between banks and SMEs, sharing information about SMEs schemes and providing online training programs on numerous economy and business prospects. Online B2B Zone offers excel growth prospects and lets industries derive value by accessing info about online B2B meetings, partners, trends in the market, and verified tested industry catalogs. mycii.in keeps the industries updated with up-to-date accurate information about government notifications issued by state and the center, policies and investment trackers, schemes for SMEs and economy updates. What's more, you can also seek advice and guidance from experts on business structure, market intelligence, competitive scenario, legal aspects, and industry-specific inputs. Also, with online communities section, you get the opportunity to be a part of various experts, functional and sectoral communities which facilitate active discussions, expert guidance, and peer-to-peer interaction. mycii.in also enriches your business knowledge and offers various special services for the MNCs and SMEs. You can access more than 20,000 knowledge resources, valuable webinar recordings, more than 1,000 publications, and sectoral vision documents to intensify your knowledge. Apart from all these, MyCII's e-events library lets the members access missed conferences and events digitally, take advantage of business networking and meeting relevant people across the industry. And that's not all. Over 16,000 minutes of online masterclasses concluded by experts on world-class manufacturing, compliances, export and import, and many others enable industries to acquire the leading guidance and precision. With My Account section, business users can not only customize their company profile, but their preferences in terms of industry, country, state, frequency of the updates and alerts as well. Not only this, mycii.in delivers personalized and customized alerts in your inbox, which makes it easy for the members to update themselves. Quite rightly then, mycii.in is an online business resource center that provides a world of opportunities for industries. Download CII app in your phone and get access to knowledge, information updates, networking and finance facilitation through mycii.in. mycii.in provides unlimited access to the CII members so that all the departments can get their hands on relevant information. For more information, log on to mycii.in today and change the way you do business.
Setting up a new infrastructure? A factory? A warehouse? A commercial building? Or a data center? Worried about your infrastructure engineering? Leave it to us. Whether it is an industrial project, a data center, or commercial fit-out, Avenue can be your turnkey partner for implementing and installing integrated MEP systems for your project. Avenue. Leave it to us.
Overwhelmed by the nuances of the business world, you are surrounded by a plethora of questions. Is there a one-stop solution for my business queries? How can I meet the who's who of the business industry? Is there a platform where I can showcase my products and services to the world? Is it possible to access all the global tender information and business leads at one place? Who can give my business the financial support it requires? Here is the solution you have been searching for. CII presents mycii.in, an online business resource center and a unique interactive business platform which has got a large base of subscribers. mycii.in gives you a platform to multiply, update, seek and enrich your knowledge so that your business goes places. Multiply your business prospects with access to over 5,000 global live tenders on display every day. Get multiple opportunities, upcoming business initiatives and business leads. MyCII's Finance Facilitation Center backs up many businesses with financial support. Finance Facilitation Center is one-stop resource point for attending to the needs of the SMEs by bridging the gap between banks and SMEs, sharing information about SMEs schemes and providing online training programs on numerous economy and business prospects. Online B2B Zone offers excel growth prospects and lets industries derive value by accessing info about online B2B meetings, partners, trends in the market, and verified tested industry catalogs. mycii.in keeps the industries updated with up-to-date accurate information about government notifications issued by state and the center, policies and investment trackers, schemes for SMEs and economy updates. What's more, you can also seek advice and guidance from experts on business structure, market intelligence, competitive scenario, legal aspects, and industry-specific inputs. Also, with online communities section, you get the opportunity to be a part of various experts, functional and sectoral communities which facilitate active discussions, expert guidance, and peer-to-peer interaction. mycii.in also enriches your business knowledge and offers various special services for the MNCs and SMEs. You can access more than 20,000 knowledge resources, valuable webinar recordings, more than 1,000 publications, and sectoral vision documents to intensify your knowledge. Apart from all these, MyCII's e-events library lets the members access missed conferences and events digitally, take advantage of business networking, and meeting relevant people across the industry. And that's not all. Over 16,000 minutes of online masterclasses concluded by experts on world-class manufacturing, compliances, export and import, and many others enable industries to acquire the leading guidance and precision. With My Account section, business users can not only customize their company profile, but their preferences in terms of industry, country, state, frequency of the updates and alerts as well. Not only this, mycii.in delivers personalized and customized alerts in your inbox, which makes it easy for the members to update themselves. Quite rightly then, mycii.in is an online business resource center that provides a world of opportunities for industries. Download CII app in your phone and get access to knowledge, information updates, networking and finance facilitation through mycii.in. mycii.in provides unlimited access to the CII members so that all the departments can get their hands on relevant information. For more information, log on to mycii.in today and change the way you do business.
Hi there. Setting up a new infrastructure? A factory? A warehouse? A commercial building? Or a data center? Worried about your infrastructure engineering? Leave it to us. Whether it is an industrial project, a data center, or commercial fit-out, Avenue can be your turnkey partner for implementing and installing integrated MEP systems for your project. Avenue. Leave it to us.
Overwhelmed by the nuances of the business,
Dear panelists, we will be starting shortly in a couple of minutes.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Sanjay, Mr. Hiranandani. Good morning, Anshuman. Good morning, Mr. Tyagarajan.
Good morning.
Good
Very
morning.
good
How are you
morning.
doing? Good job.
Good morning.
I can see Sanjay. How are you doing? Niranjan bhai.
Good morning, Mr. Patia.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Niranjan.
Good morning. How are you, Anshuman?
Good morning. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Good, sir.
Morning, Mr.
Good morning,
Tyagarajan.
Anshuman.
Good morning, Sanjay. How are you doing?
Morning, Sanjay.
Morning. Morning.
Morning, Jane.
Morning, Mr. Hernandez.
సంపత్ ఏంటమ్మా
ప్లస్ మనం వచ్చి డిసిఆర్ 9.2 lakhs except
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
higher emotion చెప్పారు.
And I would like to welcome you all to the decade edition of the CII Regional Web Conference on Infrastructure Project Management, with the theme Recalibrate for 2021 and beyond. I would like to welcome all the esteemed panelists today on Zoom and all the delegates who have joined us on the CII Hive platform. With this, we begin the inaugural session. May I request Mr. B. Tyagarajan, Chairman, CII Western Region and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, to kindly deliver the welcome remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. SVR Srinivas, Metropolitan Commissioner, MMRDA, Mr. Radheshyam Mupalwar, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, MSRDC, Mr. Anshuman Magazine, Deputy Chairman, CII Northern Region, and Chairman and CEO, India, Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Africa of CBRE, Mr. Gurjot Bhatia, Managing Director, Project Management, India, Middle East, and North Africa, CBRE, Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman, Hiranandani Group, Mr. Sanjay Dutt, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Realty Infrastructure, Jane, Asim, eminent members from the industry, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. At the outset, I would like to welcome all of you to the decade edition of the CII Regional Web Conference on Infrastructure Project Management. For over a decade, this conference has been one of India's leading platforms for industry leaders to discuss opportunities, share insights, and predict the course for the industry. There are legendary personalities, change agents, and big minds who are part of the panel and audience. I would like to thank Mr. Anshuman Magazine and his team from CBRE and the CII Secretariat for coming up with this conference at a critical juncture. The theme for this year's conference is Recalibrate for 2021 and beyond. And this conference will have the industry experts to share their thoughts on the opportunities that exist today and what the future holds for the industry as we move forward. Before I move ahead with the subject of today's conference, I would like to briefly update you on the CII theme for the year and some of the CII's significant interventions in the Western region. The Confederation of Indian Industry works to create and sustain an environment conducive to the development of India, partnering with industry, government, and civil society through advisory and consultative processes. In 2020-21, CII commemorated 125 years of its service to the nation as a true developmental organization. Since its inception, CII has been working on shaping India's development journey, and this year, more than ever before, it will continue to proactively transform Indian industry's engagement in national development. CII adopted the theme, Building India for the New World, Competitiveness, Growth, Sustainability, Technology for the year 2021-22. As is evident from the theme, our key focus areas this year are going to revolve around competitiveness, growth, sustainability, and technology. While the CII has been doing a lot of work in these areas, this year we seek to further scale up and expand our interventions going ahead. COVID-19 has been testing humanity across the world, including India, on many counts, and continues to remain a looming threat with projections of further waves, and each one seen coming with its own set of complexities and challenges. I would like to talk about some of the good work done by CII with the help of our members in these extremely challenging times. With support from CII Foundation and our very supportive members, CII has been undertaking multiple initiatives to strengthen healthcare infrastructure and provide necessary medical supplies in the wake of the pandemic. CII also aggregated corporate vaccine demand and has started connecting members to healthcare partners to facilitate vaccination for members, their employees, their families, and the community. Now, coming back to the topic of today's conference, real estate is one of the most recognized sectors globally. In India, the real estate sector is the second highest employment generator after the agriculture sector. It is also expected that this sector will incur more non-resident and Indian investment, that is NRI investment, both in the short term and long term. The construction industry ranks third among the 14 major sectors in terms of direct, indirect, and induced effects in all sectors of the economy. As we know very well, that this is one sector that is connected with the government, private sector, and the residential. So there are only few sectors which impact every stakeholder in this country. This year, in 2020, we created unique opportunities for the real estate sector that are likely to usher in the new era of innovation and digital transformation going forward. The pandemic has necessitated recalibration at a systemic and individual level. The construction industry has not remained untouched from this recalibration, but has shown remarkable resilience in the face of the pandemic. As we continue to learn to live in this COVID era, the year 2021 would require us to recalibrate at all levels. With the pandemic contained locally and access to vaccination secured, Brighter prospects are expected for the Indian economy towards the later half of 2021. Nonetheless, this is likely to be a slow and uneven recovery as the global COVID-19 situation remains volatile. The growing flow of FDI in Indian real estate is encouraging increased transparency. Developers, in order to attract funding, have revamped their accounting and management systems to meet due diligence standards. I am confident that today's conference with eminent panelists and thought leaders who are present here will have some great insights for all of us. I wish you all the best and hope you all have a wonderful experience listening to and interacting with industry experts. May I now request Mr. Anshuman Magazine, Deputy Chairman CII Northern Region, Chairman and CEO India, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, CBRE, to kindly deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Put my mic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Last couple of months have especially been tough, as we all know, but we do need to move on. And I want to thank CII and the CBRE team, which have been working to organize this conference, the 10th, edition of the Regional Conference on Project Management. We just want to show that this shows that, we have to move on in spite of all the challenges which we have faced. And I hope you and your families are safe. These are the times where we need to be resilient. I think that's the big buzzword. I do want to thank all the speakers and delegates who are participating, who have taken out the time to participate in this conference. These get-togethers mean a lot because, especially in what we have gone through since last year, the industry, our economy, the way we work, the way we live, this virus has made a lot of difference. And when we have these get-togethers, it does bring in ideas, people share their experiences, and and we learn. And that's one thing we need to do going forward. Also, we do need to recalibrate as we learn to live with this virus. And I'm glad the theme of today's conference is Recalibrate for 2021. And we have some eminent speakers, and I'm sure they will share their experience, and it will be productive for everybody to today's discussion. Of course, there have been disruptions so far because of even in the project management business. There has been migration of labor, construction has been stalled, supply side bottlenecks have happened. But in spite of that, I must say that there is already a lot of resilience which was shown. Projects have been going on, and I do want to also especially mention here a lot of our colleagues, a lot of the people who have been working on the construction sites. In spite of all these challenges, there have been thousands of people, be it project managers, engineers, construction workers, who have been going to work and continuing to go forward with the projects. As a lot of us, while we were inside our homes trying to keep ourselves and our families safe, thousands of people out there, especially I would say in the construction industry, continued to risk their lives, I would say, to put it really upfront, and continue to keep the projects going. So I just want to mention and thank them and make a special mention about that. And again, that shows the resilience of our people. So in spite of all the disruptions, there was a slowdown, but many projects just kept on going. And those people who made sure that happens definitely need a special mention. Also, with these last since the COVID situation has happened. There has been more use of technology, more collaboration, especially digital collaboration. Going forward, we may need to automate low value added activities, use data to make to take decisions, and really because we'll have to look at both performance and health and safety of our employees, whilst making sure the productivity doesn't get impacted and the projects are financially viable. India is expected to be the world's third largest real estate market by 2025. And the construction output is estimated to grow by an average of 7.1% per year. So there is, in spite of all the disruption going forward, and despite of all the issues, there will be growth. There may be a slowdown for the temporary period, but there will be construction activity and activity in the economy going on. 1.4 billion population, third largest economy, third largest construction market, 850 million internet users, 110 million new houses, 200,000 kilometers of national highway road network, and 100 plus smart cities. These are some of the startling figures that just shows the picture what is there in the future in India, and how infrastructure is key to the future of our country and the key to growth. And CBRE's research estimates that overall stock of developed real estate space in India's leading urban centers will reach 8.2 billion square feet by 2025 and employ about 17 million people across the country. So lots to be there to be looked forward to. We are lucky. I always say that we are in a country with, in spite of all the challenges, we will see growth for many, many years to come. And the construction industry, the real estate industry is key part of that growth. So there's lots happening in our industry. These short-term challenges will remain, but we do need to make sure that we innovate, we use technology, we use new ideas to ensure that going forward we are stronger, more resilient. I feel that viruses, situation like COVID, is not going to go away anytime in the near future, and we would have to learn to live with it, but make sure that we put our systems and processes and we anticipate to some extent going forward the challenges we'll face, and make sure that we have a robust systems and processes and infrastructure, and our foundation is so strong that we can be more resilient and strong. There is, from the real estate side of the industry, we are seeing already changes as far as innovative manufacturing is concerned. Design of spaces, technology already mentioned, will play a major role. We are seeing investments, in spite of this, global investments and domestic investments going into real estate sector, and this is only going to increase. And we will see many different trends coming in, which I'm sure a lot of the people will today discuss. And I really look forward for today's conference, look forward to learning from the experts. And I again want to thank each one of you for taking out the time. I know everybody is busy. These are challenging times, but we do need to go forward. And again, thank each panelists, the delegates, and the speakers who have taken out the time and come today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Magazine, for that excellent speech. May I now request Mr. Gurjot Bhatia, Managing Director, Project Management India, Middle East and North Africa, CBRE, to kindly set the preamble. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just a quick sound check, if I'm audible.
Yes, sir, clearly audible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so this conference is 10 years old. I'm very excited and very happy. It's been, seems like a very short 10 years, but we've learned a lot. We've done a lot over this time. And I want to thank everybody who's been involved so far for the support, and especially, if I may call out Mr. Hiranandani and Mr. Dutt, You have been always present, always available, and always ready to share your passion and thoughts whenever we've requested you for this particular conference. Thank you for that. Last 15 to 18 months, lockdown, unlock, lockdown, unlock, equal to change. Real estate, through its engine of delivery, that is construction, must calibrate, and if I can say, recalibrate. So that's where we thought that this could be an apt theme for today's discussion, that how does real estate and construction, and what project management brings to the table is the fundamentals, which will enable from recognizing these changes that are required as and when, to the steps that will lead to recalibration. So that is the overarching theme of what we're here to discuss today. And I'd never heard of this word of normal or new normal in my life until last year. And what we believe, as Anshuman just said, that there may be many, many new normals that we may undergo from now till whatever time. And actually, if you look at it, many of these new normals were being pushed due to the disruption which was being caused in the field of real estate through technology and other trends and communication and connectivity across the globe. What COVID has done is it has further accelerated a lot of these changes, which are now needed faster. And the rate of change of these new normals is also ever prevalent and ever changing every few months or every few years, and it's going to happen and continue to happen. We as a firm, our partners, if you look at the industry, there has been a lot of surveys, a lot of learnings, a lot of discussions over the last 15, 18 months as to what will it mean for the industry. And the two priorities that have emerged front and center from all these discussions is sustainability and wellness, the importance of it, and the importance of use of technology. Now, I just want to mention very quickly, we talk about sustainability and wellness together, but if you look at it, they're absolutely related, but in many ways, they're also different. And I'll just talk very briefly about that. So the things that are there to consider, whether one is a developer, an owner, a designer, a planner, or a project manager, or an executing agency or company, is first from a sustainability perspective, from the location of a project to its impact on the ecosystem. There's a huge renewed focus which has been pushed forward. And now more than ever, whether it's people who are going to be end users for a residential community or occupiers in an office park, you hear these words from them, which are the end users, more than you ever did. So that obviously has become one of our top priorities. The second aspect is wellness, which I just want to point out is not just physical wellness, but also mental wellness. The topic has been discussed more often than ever in the last 15 to 18 months. And these are the key priorities. Whether you look at the workplace, it could be an office, could be a industrial workplace or a warehousing workplace or a hospital or a health or a hotel or anything, to a public place or at home. So wellness transcends across all these three spaces that any human must occupy at any point in time. And what has also emerged is, and if you look at this interesting concept of, it was always, when we spoke about work, it was office or the workplace, ever, always. So from over the last year, more so than ever, we've heard of this word of work from home. And very quickly in the last few months, the discussion has shifted from work from home to work from anywhere. So how will this happen? How will this actually work on the ground? And that's where we believe technology is going to play the most important role to make this happen. Technology, and I think the actual end goal when we talk about technology is innovation, which will lead to resilience. Anshuman spoke about, and Mr. Tyagarajan spoke about resilience is required in our processes, systems, and they must stand the test of recalibration and change whenever that happens. So real estate and construction sector has witnessed huge challenges and problems such as labor migration, health and safety issues, stoppages, material cost availability fluctuations, etc., etc. And adoption of technology for innovation at multiple levels of the value chain of construction and real estate, from the factory or the construction site to the marketing office, will provide the ability to recalibrate as and when needed. So keeping this overarching theme in mind, we drew the agenda, where the first session that we're going to go through very shortly is on sustainability and wellness, goals for projects. And I'm very excited that we have a fantastic sprinkle of participants from critical facilities like data centers, operators, as well as owners, office park operators and owners, and occupiers to share their thoughts and views on this aspect of sustainability and wellness. And the second session that we're going to go through today is on technology. How can it be used to manage projects and also enhance the workplace experience? COVID has pushed the tech agenda, and technology, we believe, will provide more resilience, more stability, and business continuity. And there have been a lot of emerging tech trends in construction and workplace, and we will have, again, our participants are occupiers, developers of office parks, data center operators and owners, and also developers from the industrial and logistics field, which has seen a spurt in growth over the last 18 odd months. But then, how do you embrace this change? Because change is not easy, and it is very, very difficult to accept. And also when you don't have a benefit of hindsight, especially in tough times, when you don't have a benchmark to work from, it is very, very difficult. So the third session that we have today is on how to embrace this change. And we'll have a key speaker, Dr. Shankar Goenka, who's going to share his thoughts and views on this particular topic with us. So very excited, important themes and discussions that are forthcoming. And I hope all of you enjoy. Thank you so much and look forward to enjoy the conference with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for that excellent theme setting session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request our chief guest, Mr. SBR Srinivas, IAS, Metropolitan Commissioner, MMRDA, to kindly deliver his address. Mr. Srinivas, over to you. Mr. Srinivas, you're on mute.
Sorry, something is wrong.
Yes, sir, you're audible now, sir. Hello, sir, you went on mute again. Hello. Srinivas?
Yeah, good morning to everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're clearly audible now.
Thank you very much. So, good morning to all once again. And this today's conference has specific context of, as has been told, in the Black Swan event in the form of COVID and post-COVID, and adaptation of management, project management in particular, to the unforeseen things as well, not only the thing that is foreseen, but also unforeseen. So we do have established project management principles, well known and well established. But particularly in public sector, it becomes a little more complex because of what we call public goods, the nature of public goods, nature of non-excludability, non-rivalry, all these principles, and a lot of things it is perceived as a zero-sum game. So, and externalities. So the management becomes much more complex. And there is also a possibility of what some economists call so-called the regulatory capture. So in this context, I would like to say that some of the ultra mega projects that we are handling in MMRD, of which I had been additional commissioner for more than 4 years long back. Now the projects that we are handling are the India various other metro rails, a lot of planning issues. So in this context, what I feel is that we'll be focusing not merely on technical and financial management. They are important. They'll continue to be the very important fulcrums around which the project management will continue to revolve. But I think what is more important is being nimble-footed, being flexible, and and respond to the unforeseen or semi-foreseen. So that becomes much more crucial. So the nimble-footedness of management becomes a lot of gets a lot of prominence and importance. It is not just simply looking at bar charts or Gantt charts or the CPM part, but the adaptability and in a short span of time, that becomes very important. And we have seen ourselves in Indian corporate history. While COVID is rampaging the world, some managements have done resource mobilization. But coming to project management, a lot of things continue to plague various projects, even in the private sector. So the importance of flexible planning and adaptive planning becomes very crucial. And I am sure in this context of this present post-COVID world, how to manage projects remotely and how to work from home, how to sort of be adaptive and flexible, as I said just before twice already. That becomes very crucial. I am sure this workshop will give us good inputs into what should be outcome-based project management should be in this scenario. And I would like to congratulate CII for organizing this, and Woodcraft and CBRE for organizing this, and especially real estate sector as well, because things are changing quite fast. There are a lot of uncertainties, there are a lot of unforeseen things are there. Real estate projects also become very crucial because it's a lot of high stakes game, high tension game. So that also should be discussed, and I hope you'll come out with the solutions, and I wish you all the best for the workshop. Thanks very much for having me. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas, for that excellent speech. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mr. Sanjay Dutt, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Realty Infrastructure, to kindly deliver his special address. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning. It's a pleasure to be part of this distinguished panel and veterans of the industry. Respected Niranjan ji, Anshuman, and all my other colleagues on this panel. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir, you're clearly audible.
All right. I will broadly touch on two aspects. Gurjot mentioned that this is the 10th year of this chapter. And I want to add the 10-year has been the most disrupted when it comes to technology, innovation, sense of realization. We've had deliberations and debates on impact of environment, but they were mostly deliberations. But I think in last few years, there is a sense of realization. And that sense of realization has deeply impacted all of us. And I think it's evident in the fact that India as a country has committed itself to sustainable buildings. And last year, just the way we went through the disruption of terrorism in this country, now you see an X-ray machine outside every building, a metal detector, a thorough process, whether you go to the airport or enter the building. The pandemic seems to be had such a huge impact that it will leave a lasting impression and will demand changes at our end. And therefore, the wellness quotient has been added, which Gurjot touched briefly about it. And I totally agree with him. In a recently concluded World Economic Forum, when sustainability was discussed, three broad themes emerged to make impact globally on sustainability. And these three were energy. So you make sure you produce green energy. Mobility. You ensure that you now move for electric or less polluting or zero polluting technology for mobility. And the third aspect was buildings. I was quite surprised. I thought there were many other polluting industries which would come first, such as oil and etc. But clearly, these three broad themes emerged. Inspired by these findings, International Finance Corporation came out with an economic incentive scheme on sustainability. And it is available to the industry in the real estate sector. And if you go for green buildings, International Finance Corporation will provide for affordable projects 1% concession in debt funding to the sector. So this is the impact and the aspect of realization that I was talking about. The second part of the theme that I wanted to quickly touch upon is we have moved away from deliberations to how to increase livability, overall sustainability, resilience. And the fourth, even more important criteria is affordability. So now the world at large, and I think India particularly, needs to pay attention to this aspect, because eventually strategic discussions need to be followed by tactical implementation. And that would not happen unless it is affordable. We have imposed highest duty on import of solar panels simply because of geopolitical reasons, but we have not paid attention to domestic production and adoption of latest technology to make a meaningful impact on the environment. The only impact we talk about is the state of pandemic, which has caused pollution to come down, and that's not the way to manage our affairs. I believe this opportunity to deliberate amongst industry experts will show us some very meaningful directions and will help us decipher on how to make an impact through such learned professionals that are collected today and deliberate. And I'm really looking forward to taking away some highlights so that we can actually use in our day-to-day business affairs. And I thank CII and CBRE for putting this together. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share this space with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Dutt, for that excellent speech. May I now request Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman, Hiranandani Group, to kindly deliver his address. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to each and every one of you. My respected Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Radhesham Mopalwar, it's really a pleasure and privilege to be before you all. My congratulations to CII, Mr. Tyagarajan and Mr. Gurjot Bhatia for the wonderful programs that you have organized. My dear friends, Mr. Anshuman Magazine and Mr. Sanjay Dutt, all of you, a very wonderful good morning. Hello to Jane and all the others in the CII. Today's conference is really important and very appropriate, and I must congratulate the entire team for doing this the 10th year. It's really fantastic to be done. If the Prime Minister wants to reach his $5 trillion target, he cannot but do without housing and infrastructure. No country in the world has ever grown into that level of operations without real estate and infrastructure, whether it is China or any other country in the world. The growth in Europe, the growth in other Western countries are not growing simply because they don't have scope for making further roads, ports, harbors, airports, etc., and housing to the extent to which poorer countries like India or developing countries like India can really take that particular thing. The opportunities in our country are huge, and I have to congratulate the governments of the day for the great work it's doing, and it's really appropriate that both MMRDA and MSRDC are present over here. Let me just put a perspective to it. In the last 5 years, there are projects which are taken up by the state government and the central government of 300 kilometers of metro in the city and periphery of Mumbai. They have taken up the Cross Harbour Bridge. They've taken up the coastal road. They've taken up the Ro-Ro connectivity and the Navi Mumbai airport. All this targets to about 3 lakh crores of rupees of funding. If you take a backward march, the last 60 years of independence to now, the central and state government have only spent 30,000 crores in the Mumbai metropolitan region in terms of expenditure. And now we are talking about 3 lakh crores in the next 5 years. That is fantastic. What is the other change? Mr. Gurjot Bhatia mentioned about the change and paradigm that is taking place, and also Mr. Magazine, and that also echoed this whole idea. What is the fast forward which has happened? Look at the paradigm which is taking place. Talk about the National Highway Authority roads. We were talking about 3 to 4 kilometers per day, and we were very proud about it. Today, Mr. Gadkari is doing 37 kilometers of national highway per day, and he wants to go faster. He doesn't talk about funds not being available, acquisitions not happening, PILs not taking place, contracts and problems getting stuck in arbitration in courts, and still we are moving at the pace of 37 kilometers. Obviously, correctly said, technology is important, but leadership is much more important. Ideas are more important. Good leaders are important. Good management is extremely important, and all this. One more thing which has been echoed is the opportunity that remains. And that has been talked about, the real estate market. Half the city of Mumbai lives in Jhopatpatti. What an opportunity to have a growth in the real estate market. And half of the people living in Jhopatpatti can afford a house if they were given at the construction cost, which is their land is already occupied by them, and they are protected by statute in order to do so. Look at the manifest changes which are doing. Small company like ours, we were asked to make the signature building, which is the IFSC in Gandhinagar. I thought it is a 4 lakh square feet, 16-story tall. I thought I'll make it in 2.5 years. Called from the PMO's office that they wanted it in 12 months. And there it was, the Prime Minister came and inaugurated this 16-story tower, 4 lakh square feet, with a complete stock exchange, the fastest stock exchange in the world, now international, in the GIFT City, put up within 12 months of the request by the Prime Minister. What is the different change? It taught me so much. Next came TCS. TCS came to my project area, and they told me that they wanted how much? 2 million square feet. And in how much time did they want it? In 18 months, 2 million 16-story towers. We completed it in order to deliver. So, Mr. Gurjot Bhatia, you're absolutely correct. We need this technology, we need the speed, we need the finance, we need the marketing, we need the leadership, we need the political consent, we need the IS officers that we have here today. Proudly to say that both MMRDA and MSRDC are doing it. And I haven't even talked about Mumbai-Nagpur, nor the bullet train from here to Ahmedabad. All these added together will be a paradigm which India is very proud of. We talked about, and Mr. Sanjay Dutt talked about energy, mobility, so many manifested things. Each one of them is important. My congratulations to CII, wonderful program that you organize. It's extremely important that we need to flag off the issues, provide ideas and thought processes, give solutions, and take action. I think all these are needed to be done, and I'm sure that the leadership that you have here today, gathered today, will provide all that India needs, demands, and will get. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful speech. May I now request Mr. Tyagarajan, the Chairman of CII Western Region and the Managing Director of Blue Star Limited, to please deliver the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Asim. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Radheshyam Mapalwar had to leave urgently. He was on the panel, but he received a call from the Deputy Chief Minister. He will join later in one of the sessions. It is good to see the presence of so many industry members under one platform, a dedicated edition of the CII Regional Web Conference on Infrastructure Project Management being organized today. We have a record number of participants, over 575 participants are there today. It is remarkable. I would like to once again congratulate Mr. Anshuman Magazine and his team from CBRE and CII Secretariat for creating this kind of a platform and bringing together all segments of the industry to benefit from it. There was always a need to have a common platform to sensitize the entire ecosystem, right from the government to large industries that play a crucial role in the journey of the infrastructure sector. As Mr. Anshuman Magazine mentioned, there have been so many difficulties that the industry faced, and the resilience is remarkable. And he also pointed out that by 2025, we will be the third largest market for real estate. And it is encouraging to know that the CAGR of 7.1% is possible after many years. Mr. Bhatia highlighted the need for focus on sustainability, wellness, and technology. Mr. Srinivas's inputs on the complexities and adaptability and the good work that is being done by MMRDA. Mr. Sanjay Dutt's inputs are very valuable. The realization that sustainable buildings, sustainability, and policy issues that we need to resolve with the government on things such as solar panels, etc. Mr. Kiranjan Achinanandani, as usual, was passionate, and it is always a pleasure to listen to him, pointing out that, compared with what was 30,000 crore over 10 years to 3 lakh crore now, and his assertion that if India were to grow economically, real estate sector will have to play a role. It was an eye opener. It is. I think the government and policymakers should take note of this particular point, that it's not going to come from manufacturing alone. It is going to come from a real estate sector. Mr. Hiranandani's passion guides us in many forums, including the Indian Green Building Council. We missed Mr. Mopalwar's speech. He will definitely join us, perhaps in the valedictory session. I wanted to also highlight that in CII, there is a forum called the Data Center Forum, and the data center as a subject was discussed, and some of you who want to be part of it should get in touch with Secretariat. Since the foreign investment is flowing in, and we talked about the importance of sustainability and the governance standards, there is a subcommittee on ESG, and a large world conference on ESG is being organized in August. You will hear from CII Secretariat soon. That will be very useful. I thank you all for joining us today. I wish you make the most of all sessions planned later after this session. Last but not the least, I wish to thank our partners without whose support this conference wouldn't have been a reality. CBRE for being the knowledge partner, Woodcraft India Private Limited for the platinum partner. You might have watched the very interesting audio visual that was played. Avenue Corp India Private Limited for being the gold partner. I conclude this inaugural session and request you to kindly stay online for the other sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagarajan, for that speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly as we begin with the first session, which is the panel discussion on sustainability and wellness goals for the projects. May I invite the session moderator, Ms. Dhwani Tatali Padyatar, Senior Associate Director, National Lead, Design Advisory and Management, CBRE, Mr. V. Suresh, Chairman, CII India Green Building Council, Mr. Shabir Pachwala, Senior Vice President, K. Raheja Corporation, Mr. Sandeep Dandekar, India Country Head, Bridge Data Centers, Dr. Abhijit Sarkar, SVP, Country Head, Real Estate, Administration, Infrastructure, Travel and Procurement, Sher Khan, Mr. G.G. Thomas, Head Operations, Nucleus Office Parks, and Mr. Sameer Sinha, Managing Director, Savvy Group. Welcome, moderator and panelists, to the session. May I now request Dhwani to kindly take over. Over to you.
Thank you, Ronit. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, you're audible, man.
Thank you. Thank you, CII, and all you panelists, delegates for joining in today. Having kickstarted the event with such an insightful inaugural session, I think it only makes me more optimistic about the wonderful sessions we've lined up for you today. And of course, the lovely weather outside the window is just adding to that optimism. I mean, of course, COVID has brought in some despair, but I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm audible, right, Ronit? I'm just rechecking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So like I was mentioning, COVID has brought in some despair, but it's also worth noticing the many new beginnings that the two major lockdowns have brought in. And I think perhaps most notably are the glimpses of environmental repair and the renewed focus on health and wellness, both in workplace and the work from home environment. And when I say workplace, of course, it includes hotels and industrial and data centers and commercial. Everything from fresh water, cleaner air, smog-free city skylines for that matter, have all been part of this reduced activity era. And while these signs of environmental repair may be just temporary for now, but they're important determiners of the shifts and trends that will influence our new normal. And like Mr. Bhatia was also mentioning, as a return to activity is being reimagined, reconsidered, sustainability is quickly becoming the new North Star. The pandemic has reminded people that our actions are interdependent and is going to impact both our mental state and physical world or well-being. And especially after a watershed event like the pandemic itself, the human side of sustainability is coming out as very important more than ever. And whether it's CBRE research or the market pulse, but it indicates some very solid trends, and not the least of which is the consumer prioritization on the green features and wellness. Matters of building policies which are around sustainability are becoming public discourse, like for today. More investors are requesting for GRISB reports and benchmarking. Tenants themselves, as CBRE that we also see, have adopted the same language, asking for wellness standards, basing their decisions on sustainable buildings and features from being provided. Now, that being the objective of our discussion today, to discuss these evolutions in sustainability, wellness, challenges, and various initiatives that the change makers in the industry are leading, let's invite our first panel of the day, our esteemed guests. While Ronit has already made sure they're all here on the panel, I'll formally want to invite them all, starting with Mr. V. Suresh, Chairman of Indian Green Building Council, Vice Chairman of National Building Code of India, former CMD Goodco, EI expert as part of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and member of the BIS Smart Cities. He has a rich experience that spreads across 6 decades, and absolute honor to have you, sir, on the panel. All of us here know you, but if you can just raise your hand to make sure we can see you here as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dhwani, and all the distinguished panelists. After that wonderful inaugural session closed by Tyagarajan sir, I'm very happy to join on this program on sustainability and wellness goals for projects. And your issue on alignment with the SDG and net zero build forms, IGBC is delighted to support the UN Sustainable Development Goal to the year 2030. Maybe the first aspect on which we immediately swung into action was this was September 2015 when this was started. when the UN 193 countries have joined together to get the SDG 2030. In 2016 itself, the National Building Code of India had a new part 11 added, the first in the world. Even now, the one document, which is approach to sustainability document, was brought in as part 11 of the National Building Code of India, which gives a regulatory framework to all the concerned dealing in the built environment to deal with all the sustainability element. And we believe in the IGBC that green buildings can contribute immensely towards the meeting sustainable development goals. And all our 29 rating systems that we have are entirely aligned with the SDGs. That's the most important thing. And these rating system that we have, which I said 29, they cover not only green buildings, but also green built environment. Green built environment covers a larger macro level approach of series of building with infrastructure, including that of a neighborhood, that of a campus, that of a township, that of a city, including at the level of city level. So we are able to apply that particular thing not only for the buildings, but also for the green built environment, including, of course, the transportation mobility related issues on metros, railway stations, airports, and related area. So that's the first aspect where what we practice through our rating is also taking care of all these sustainable development goals in a large way. It is therefore very heartening that when I share with the CII family here that your own Center of Excellence, which is IGBC, has been able to contribute to over 6,000 odd projects with about 7.83 billion square feet of green footprint, covering that was 783 crore square feet of green footprint for all the asset class of buildings and the built environment of up to the large cities, which are greenfield projects as well as brownfield projects. Greenfield project like a Dholera or a brownfield project like a Rajkot smart city. I just thought you'll get an idea from where to where we are covering. And when you do that particular thing, with the main idea is to enable a sustainable built environment to all and facilitate India to be one of the global leaders in sustainable built environment 2025. That's our goal with which we are working on. So obviously, what is there in SDG 2030 we are working on? What are we working on? We are climate action, reduction of emission, sustainable cities and communities, life of land and water saving, very important because they're all in rating 1, affordable and clean energy, good health and well-being, and responsible consumption, production, and partnership are the goals. Therefore, if you really see, when all these particular things covers all the area, and we reflect that in each of our rating system. When you assess each of the project, be it a hospital project or a hotel project or residential project or a commercial project or an industrial project or a warehousing project or a city development project or campus, we deal with all these particular aspects in a very big way. And building upon that is our net zero commitment, which is there on integrated water management, energy management, waste management, and carbon footprint reduction and greening of the whole environment. So the overall quality of life of the citizens and the people inside are good on that. So when you say as such in the normal way of green building itself, we do around 40 to 45% energy saving, around 25 to 30% water saving, and carbon footprint reduction of a very large nature. It's at that point of time we want a plus item of getting into the net zero mission coming, and therefore we initiate this big one to be India to become a foremost country for transforming with the climate change agenda coming to net zero by 2050. Now, how do you do that? If you have to achieve that, you got to get a decarbonization effort right from now. We are in 2021, and that's a long period of going one in between stop of 2030 and then beyond that to 2050. So low carbon is what we should do at this stage. We were to go to the zero carbon at a later point of time. So with this in view, in addition to those rating systems that we have to deal with all the buildings and the built environment projects that we have infra included, we got in rating system on net zero energy. We got in about 4 or 5 years back. Then we got in a document for net zero water. That came in last October when the Honorable Vice President of India in the Green Building Congress launched the net zero carbon and net zero water. And then the third major thing which came was the net zero waste, on which the committee was already considered the first document. Maybe by July end, that document also will be ready. The fourth in the series is going to be net zero carbon, the decarbonizing one. So net zero energy, water, waste, and carbon in that order will give a total picture on how do we deal with this particular thing, both at the micro level of building and at the macro level when we come to large city level projects over there. And therefore, what we did in April 22nd on the World Earth Day to work towards the net zero vision. IGBC took a very major commitment of climate change, and we launched a mission on net zero on the World Earth Day program, and subsequently also on the World Environment Day. So these are all very recent one of April and June area, and we are happy that this mission that we have launched over there will help develop a roadmap for organizations to work towards net zero and support in setting up intermediary targets for every 5 years, starting for 2025. As I told, to achieve net zero, which is 20501, you got to go by step and step. You can't do it fast. You got to really work, because this requires a lot of things in the embodied energy, the building materials being used, and the operational energy that comes into all the critical utility services come in the buildings as well as the city level infrastructure. To achieve that particular level, you got to go step by step. That's why I said working towards a low carbon before you go to 100% decarbonization agenda. So that most important thing is to intermediate target for every 5 years, starting from 2025. So till 2025, based on whatever rating system that we have, we start implementing on each of the projects on that. A second major one is encourage the industry and stakeholders. If that has got to be achieved, it cannot be done by a rating agency alone or a center of excellence of CII IGBC alone. So you require all the actors to come into play there. So industry and stakeholders, the builders, developers, under CREDI, under NAREDCO, all the consultants which are involved in this particular area, the regulatory bodies and the municipal corporations, as well as development authorities and water utilities, etc., energy utilities, to design and construct all new buildings and built environment so as to become net zero. So that's an important major change from 21 to 2025. We'll get them all ready in the next 3 to 4 years time. So they will do only project of that nature beyond that period, at least by 2030, which is sustainable development goal to the year 2030. So 17 goals are available there. The second one. The third one is facilitating and supporting and transforming all buildings, new and existing, to become net zero by a longer time period, especially existing buildings for transformation through retrofitting. New projects are easy. Greenfield projects are easy. You got everything in your control. Whereas brownfield project, existing buildings are not so easy to do, and therefore we put a larger time frame. And the fourth major area under this net zero mission is that monitor and verify, report achievements, and inspire other stakeholders to go net zero. And all this work is very closely monitored by the Green Business Center, under which IGBC is working, performing as a center of excellence to under Godrej Saab, Jamshid Godrej Saab, chairman of the Green Business Center. This is being reported at regular intervals to watch on that. So this in a nutshell is what I can tell in my opening remarks. But I think on the wellness and other related thing, I'll take it on a second intervention. But I think this should give a reasonably good idea. IGBC, and incidentally, IGBC, among the various other green building rating systems in the country available there, including international bodies like USGBC or Terry Graha, we have over more than 93% of the market slice of the green building movement. It's not for nothing that we achieved 7.83 billion square feet. We are aspiring by India at 75-2022 to achieve a 10 billion square feet of green building footprint to happen. And that will happen because with all this new rating system that we have been able to get, including, of course, we have opened out the rating for also logistics and warehousing and other related parts, in addition to all the asset class of buildings and cities, and of course, the net zero initiatives. I'll stop at this time, Tweni. I think maybe take forward.
No, that was a great context setting, sir. Thank you so much. In fact, I absolutely agree. When physical offices shut down and cars stopped moving, we had a glimpse of what a low carbon world would be like. And subsequently, I think businesses are now orienting themselves towards a low emissions world and aligning with the SDG indicators, like you mentioned. So while reducing emissions is a great goal to set, it's also a little bit vague at this point with different indicators being set. And eliminating is almost impossible, and offsetting also requires a lot of guidelines and a lot of leadership ideas to move forward, which actually brings me to our next panelist, which is Mr. Sameer Sinha, founding and managing director of Savvy Group and chairman of IGBC Ahmedabad chapter, with about 3 decades of experience and leading the Savvy Group. Mr. Sinha spearheads the green building movement across Gujarat. So, Mr. Sinha, from your point of view, you've been driving the green building movement extensively. What has been the pulse? Are the developers and occupiers more conscious than before? What are some of the challenges you've been facing, when spearheading this movement across Gujarat?
Thank you, Dhani. That's a great question. And thank you, CBRI and CII, for creating this opportunity to attend this. It's incredible that it's been going on for 10 years, and it's congratulations to the entire team for doing this. I've attended the inaugural session and some very great speakers and great ideas. So kudos to all of you. So I honestly believe, Dhani, that this post-pandemic India is actually an opportunity in adversity for the entire green building and sustainability movement. We have an increased level of awareness for the environment, for Mother Earth, the increased amount of respect for Mother Earth, which was not this great before the pandemic. And this is from the consumer, from developers across the board, kids, parents. And I think that's a great opportunity for all of us in this movement. The realization that health and wellness of not just ourselves, but the entire community is extremely important. And that is that we have to behave as a community, and well-being of everybody, people who are around us in the office, at home, in the society, in the community, that needs to be, all of us have to be in good state of wellness for each one of us to be individually healthy. And that therein comes in the importance of things like indoor air quality, the health of the building. We have realized, as we were discussing earlier, that having worked from home, you're spending now the additional 8, 10, 15 hours at home that you used to earlier spend in the office. So suddenly now the environment at home becomes critically important. The kids are home all the time because the schools are closed. So the entire focus on the quality of ventilation, the quality of air conditioning, the quality of air inside the homes has become important, which used to be only a domain of the commercial office space earlier. So I believe that there is an increased demand now suddenly for green buildings. There is an increased demand for better air quality, better air filters, better monitoring systems. There is, I believe, a great opportunity for the wellness of existing buildings, which is an entire new business model which developers need to start looking at. Maintaining our existing buildings, or RWAs spending money on better maintenance and wellness of their entire properties. So those are the new opportunities that I feel will come up. And there are obviously challenges. I think the biggest challenge remains awareness. The one big area I feel that has changed is empathy, something that developers were not probably focused on. The empathy towards the resident welfare associations, empathy towards their own employees, concern about the wellness of their residential societies. That has suddenly become a great factor to prove the leadership of a developer. And that is where we'll separate the men from the boys, is if you are able to engage with the residents, if you're able to engage with your customers and ensure them that you are concerned about their wellness and you will take the right steps to take care of that. So there lies another opportunity for good leadership in the developers community. And there are multiple other issues. I think some of this could be covered in the second half. But I believe these are interesting times for developers, very interesting times, which will create a lot of new opportunities, but it requires, like Suresh was saying, requires leadership. There is a vision, but we need to commit to it.
Yeah, very, very insightful. And you brought out some very excellent points about engagement and awareness, empathy. In fact, we also have Mr. Shabir Kanchwala, Senior Vice President, K. Raheja Corp. I'd like to hear from you, Mr. Kanchwala. What are the changes and observations from your end as KRC projects? I mean, are you adopting any of these, and what are the challenges you are facing while adopting some of these features of sustainability, wellness?
Yeah, so thank you. To start with, Suresh would know that we were the first ones to sign an MOU with CII IGBC way back in 2007-8, when we decided that all our buildings would be green. One of the first developers in India to start doing so. We obviously walked the talk when we did our corporate office at Pandrakulla, which got certified in the year 2007 as a gold green building, and we have taken off from there. So since we average out on a yearly basis of, whether even in the COVID times we have not slowed down our construction bit. So we do an average of 1.5 crore square feet of construction every year. And all of these are, IGBC offices gold, or IGBC green homes gold, or a mall or a hotel. So we've done a bit in the past of ensuring that whatever we build is a sustainable building, and we contribute indirectly or directly to a little bit of lower global warming, because obviously the green buildings save power and water, and you draw less power from a coal-based power plant, and use the less natural resources of water, which is also very scarce in India. Having said that, in the new COVID era, there have been considerable changes which have happened both at our IT customers who occupy our buildings, or the green home customers, because they looked at things differently. So whether it is while designing a home, whether you provide an extra half a room for an office for the couple to work there, or when in a home, or when you go to an office, we've adopted the mantra of touchless. So anything and everything when you enter my office is going to be touchless. So when you enter the door opens automatically. When you go to the lift, with the swipe of a hand, you can call the lift there. When you enter the lift, you can shout out, or you can say softly your floor number, so that when you enter the floor, the door opens again automatically, and you go to your desk, which has got elaborate partitions, which kind of ensures that each person from the other is socially distanced. And to continue saying that, when you go to a restroom, you would end up with a door which you can open with your foot. And then there would be touchless taps. There would be touchless, paper napkins coming out. So the whole point here I'm trying to make is that the safety and the wellness of all our licensed IT customers are taken care of, and we follow similar measures in our residential homes. So that's the change. We have re-innovated and looked at the mantra of touchless while designing all our buildings. Thank you.
Yeah, we've experienced some of these features ourselves in your buildings, and these are some great features which are almost becoming need of the hour. That actually connects me to Mr. G.G. Thomas, who's the head of operations, Nucleus Office Parks. We have him on the panel with over 2 decades of experience across facility management, project management. My question to you is, Mr. G.G. Thomas, do you think wellness offerings, and from taking off from what Mr. Kachwala was mentioning, do you think wellness offerings will play a major role in selection of real estate spaces by potential tenants in future? I mean, given your experience on portfolio wellness aspects as well, what are your thoughts on well standards across the portfolio?
Thank you, Tony, and good morning to all. I think I represent the fraternity which is supposed to deliver what has been promised and designed by all other people on the panel. So that's where I'll come back from that perspective, largely from that perspective, I'll come back to you. And actually, Tony, it is a very, very relevant question in the context of the current situation, where both health and well-being has taken precedence over everything what we thought so far as important, whether it is sustainability, whether it is comfort, everything has been taken over by health and wellness. And I do believe that wellness will play a very, very important role in selection of office space, though it may take some more time to become a norm. I'm making this statement from my previous experience, right? What I have seen in the past. In 1990s, ISO certification was probably a rage. And it really helped manufacturing industry to upscale their offerings to customers. And in similar story with the green buildings too. In early 2000, when the green building concept was introduced in India, it was a distinct advantage to people who embraced it. But today, if you look back, it has become a hygiene factor. I mean, nobody really looks at green building as something which is an extra. It is a hygiene factor, which is a mandatory requirement for any RFPs like companies like QFloat for spaces in future. And I also see impact of COVID has surely highlighted the adoption of wellness requirements in the building going forward. I think that's going to be the future as I see. But however, a major impediment in adoption of new standards, what I see is the perceived higher cost of acquiring it. Here again, I will go back to my green building anecdote. In early years, everyone was worried about the incremental cost a green building will entail during construction. So everybody thought now 5%, 10%, 15% increase. How does it impact my rentals? That was the question normally everybody was asking for. But many took the decision, many took the plunge, basically, primarily because of two reasons. One is somebody who were really committed to sustainability, and second set of people who probably wanted to do something different. So, I mean, a green building can offer better value in the market they perceived and probably jumped into it. But I would like to share my experience, right? And when as a building manager in the previous role, we had two buildings which is the same campus site standing side by side. One was a green building and another one was a non-green certified building. So when we look at the performance parameters of the building, the green building surely gave us on an average 25% savings in energy and almost 30% savings in water, which quantifiable, tangible benefits allowed buildings to become a norm in grade A office space. I mean, that's where today, if you look back, almost all buildings in a grade A space are green certified. I'm expecting a similar replication for well as we move forward, because it will become a norm, maybe much faster than green building became a norm because of the COVID situation. And probably I would add another element in this discourse of resilience. In real estate parlance, or what we talk about real resilience, is all about designing structures which can withstand increasingly violent consequences of global warming, like flood and temperature rise and those kind of things. But if you speak to a health professional, they will talk about something else. They will talk about focusing on communities, on the health interventions that can make populations susceptible to adversity and better overcome their difficulties. So if you have seen, just look back at last year, the countries or the communities which had stronger foundations of well-being and access to medical care fared much better when the COVID struck. But whereas the countries or communities where they didn't have enough infrastructure, they had faced the music when the COVID hit them. And that is where the wellness will come into play, largely is what I believe in. Last 1 year, we have seen very well-designed, advanced design, so-called resilient buildings standing empty. What happened? Because the people who are supposed to be there were vulnerable, they could not come to work. And this really illustrated the fact that it doesn't matter how resilient your building is, it is vacant because communities around is falling apart. And that is why I believe going forward, high-performing companies would recognize that resilience is not about simply building a structure which is resilient, but how importantly, how their assets can protect the people at the times of stress. I mean, that is where the well-building will surely come into play. And when I say this, probably I would like to quote a statement by the CEO and the president of International Well-Building Institute. Probably I'll quote straight away from that. She said, your physical and social environment where you live, work, and play has a greater bearing on your health and well-being than your access to healthcare, your genetics, and your lifestyle and behaviors combined. You simply cannot have resilient communities if you don't live and work in healthy, resilient spaces, and which is very, very relevant today in terms of the space we are looking at. And maybe with this context, maybe I would really look at why it is important for indoor environment, because we spend 90% of the time in indoor, and the physical factors that influence the health of occupants, which manifest in headaches, eye strain, skin irritation, infections, fatigue, and you can name anything. I mean, a lot of issues are associated with indoor. The sick building syndrome has really kicked in at many places, which is affecting the productivity of the people. So will it affect the productivity of the people? My answer is yes. By absenteeism, presenteeism, employee turnover, medical costs, physical complaints, and those kind of things. It goes on like, I mean, again, an endless list of issues which can crop up as far as the physical impact of physical impact of indoor air quality is concerned. So how do we ensure that the built environment will keep the health and well-being of the people at the forefront. I mean, IWBI again has proposed a 10 concept to achieve this objective. I don't want to get into details. It covers air, water, nourishment, movement, comfort, and so on and so forth, which has encompasses everything what a person working in a place should be provided with. So that standard will come into play as we go along. And I would see that in a nutshell, healthy buildings are here to stay and will become a norm in the near future. That's what my take on the subject.
Yeah, no, I can't agree more. I'm personally very passionate about health and well-being aspect of the buildings being well AP. In fact, as CBRE, we've pledged all our new offices are going to be well compliant. Globally, more than 20 of our offices are well certified. But having said that, Mr. Thomas, you also have an experience of well portfolio from your past organization. Can you throw some light on well portfolio as a concept, dashboarding various buildings and assets under one?
Yeah, absolutely, Dhwani. I mean, well portfolio is a welcome approach in terms of. I mean, I didn't talk about Nucleus Office Park. We also have committed our all new buildings into well portfolio, and not as a portfolio, as projects. We are doing it in the project level now, but portfolio arrangement is under consideration with us. But in my previous assignment, we have done it. And first and foremost, the advantage is that it shows your commitment to the cause. I mean, normally, if I do with one building or two buildings, it says that, okay, it's an experimentation. Rather than it shows the commitment to the cause for any developer or any builder. So that's the first and foremost important element, what I see from a builder perspective. And second, it also enables the organization to optimize the efforts related to health and well-being across multiple buildings. And third, it streamlines the cost. I mean, when you are going for a portfolio arrangement, the cost has probably, halved or even 30-40% of the cost. Otherwise, you would have spent on individual buildings. And it also offers opportunities to companies who are a portfolio arrangement access the platform which is given by various organizations free of cost and learn themselves to do better things. So in that perspective, portfolio arrangement would really work as showing a commitment to the cause and gaining from the whole arrangement. That's the way I look at it.
Absolutely, I can't agree more. And in fact, across asset classes, wellness is something like you mentioned, whether it's homes or workplaces, it's very, very relevant. And especially when it comes to hospitality sector, I think it's the most sensitive sector for wellness. So Mr. Kachwala, that brings me to you back again with hospitality sector and a large portfolio of KRC owning that. What are your thoughts on wellness in hospitality?
Thank you. So wellness in hospitality is a very critical part of the operations of the hotels, because obviously in the COVID scenario, it has become very, very important for our guests to feel safe when they visit our hotels. Having said that, it is important to mention that my JW Marriott Hotel at Sahar is a IGBC Green Gold certified hotel, as well as the Marriott at Bangalore is also a green hotel. So when you design as a green hotel, you obviously have a role in terms of ensuring that the indoor air quality is of a certain standard, the CO2 levels are of a certain standards, because there are clauses within the IGBC green standard which take care to a certain extent in ensuring that none of my properties ever suffer from a sick building syndrome. So having said that, in hotels, obviously, the fact that our guests would stay there, or for anybody visiting our restaurants, we do the entire bit of the level of safety, or the new level, or the new normal, what they call as, whether it would include, having a UV bag scanner. In fact, we have put UV bag scanners at even our IT parks, where the employee or even the drivers or the housekeeping or the security, whatever bags or whatever handbags they get in, that gets sanitized, before they enter the hotel or the office. So whether it is protective barriers, whether it is hand sanitizer stations, or for that matter, UV lamps in in the AHUs, MERV 13 filters, all that form an important part of HVAC, right? So HVAC, air circulation is now become extremely important in the COVID scenario. So we need to ensure that whether we've started and have put UVGIs in all of our offices and our hotels, which ensures that, including the UVGI in the lifts. So from the time my customer or my hotel guest enters, he needs to ensure that whatever air he is breathing is to the maximum possible virus-free, or for that matter, the fresh air intake, has been considerably opened up to ensure that the cycle changes help in the COVID scenario. So that obviously goes for all the staff which work there, whether the managerial or the housekeeping or the security staff, all that get sanitized and ensure in terms of the whole process. So whether it is ensuring that all of our staff we've gone the way to ensure that all our staff have been vaccinated, because since we own an hospital, SL Raja Hospital at Bandra, Mumbai, we've done a bit in ensuring that all the staff, the family members, drivers, the cleaners, the housekeeping, including our officers, we've gone and ensured that they have got vaccinated. So I guess for all of us, we are learning every day in terms of what more we can do to ensure that my office staff as well as my hotel guests stay safe. Thank you.
Yeah, these are great initiatives. In fact, apart from the thresholds of the International Wellbeing Institute, some of these that you've already mentioned as your assets being complied to, I believe IGBC has also launched the Indian Wellbeing Standards.
Yes.
So, Mr. Suresh, if you can throw some light on that and what are the parameters, how different it is.
Yes. Dhwani, it was in 2017, 4 years back, that we took this initiative beyond buildings just being green on water efficiency, energy efficiency, waste management efficiency, and other parameters which we keep in your eyes. As Thomas rightly said, we got to go beyond that. We brought out this wonderful document called the IGBC Health and Wellbeing Rating, which has been well received by the industry. And this is an area to adopt, especially in the context of the present 2020 and 2021, with the COVID situation. A new normal situation is coming over there. So these are unprecedented times, and healthy buildings have come out as part of the solution to create safer, comfortable, and more efficient built environments. So it's a must. As a response to the need of the quality spaces required. As Thomas rightly said, the SBS or sick building syndrome is an important component which drives all the occupiers, workers, and people in various facilities, like Shabir said, in the hotels, not only the people coming, visitors, etc. The concept of health and well-being occupants, therefore, has become the need of the hour. And the objective of the rating is primarily to facilitate the buildings to incorporate people-centric measures for enhancing the health and well-being. How do you do that? So we, as rightly some of them has been mentioned by each one of you, indoor air quality is very, very important. And this particular thing, maybe at an earlier point, it was PP 2.5 and PP 10, which are particulate matters, and related one, the amount of nitrous oxide and carbon monoxide, various other related things which are there internally, and also general public spaces there. Now you add on the new dimension on the health-related issues, on the infection spread that can possibly come. The first thing that came when the pandemic struck in 2020 was the Indian Medical Council, don't use air-conditioned environment, full stop. Air-conditioned environment causes infection of it. So therefore, we swung into action immediately, IGBC, along with ISHRE, another one. We brought in what needs to be brought into situation to ensure that even within air-conditioned environment, how do you ensure the infection cannot take place? We brought out in May 2020, 1 year back, the document of a guideline document on what needs to be done for the built environment to deal with all this infection spread coming, which was not originally there in the well-being rating all over, even the wellness rating of the USGBC is not there. So infection as an important component has brought in over there. And therefore, indoor air quality has a combination of all that issues, parameters coming over there. Then the water quality, important, hygiene parameters are very important. healthy food choices, lifestyle parameters become important. So it's a very integrated, comprehensive rating, which that particular building environment can give to all the occupiers of the building who come for their work. So they go back fresh. As somebody from the Infosys said, at the end of the day, after an 8-hour stretch, if they can go out of the thing fresher, because they get continuous fresh air to take care of it, and you're not breathing all the recycled air, which has not gone through the freshness aspect. All this is not done. It's a great thing, and that's what the aspect is. They're able to see the performance enhancement coming on that, and therefore the rating reaches out to all the concepts of well-being, commercial sector, offices, hotels, hospitals, etc. And with the idea of the whole body approach, and addresses various features under 3 main aspects of well-being: physical, very, very important. We can identify 1, 2, 3, 4. What are the things required to be done? And get that as a comply with the particular thing. If somebody has got to get that rating over there, compliance is a very important thing. Physical aspect, emotional aspect, intellectual aspect, social aspect, all these are all incorporated in through various measurable aspects. And as again Thomas rightly said, unless you measure things over there, it cannot be managed, it cannot be achieved over there. And that really brings us to the next aspect of performance aspect of building. And even if you have a rating done in the beginning of a start of a building project, unless you continuously maintain all your systems and see that these are working, it doesn't help. So recently, IGBC launched that particular performance assessment for already rated buildings which are in operation. How does it come on the energy side, water side, other safety side, on wellness side, etc. And this will bring in the new dimension of assets and facility management. I started at the beginning by saying part 11 of the National Building Code and approach to sustainability. And as you might be aware, the first code in the world is the part 12 on assets and facility management. How are you able to ensure that all your systems to deal with the overall quality of life of the building is run properly? And that will cover a whole series of critical utility services there. And we are ensuring that those particular things are ensured also. Therefore, my own assessment is that with the standard, with the IGBC rating on health and well-being already come in, we should be able to do that. And just in passing, I also want to be a separate healthcare rating for hospitals and healthcare facilities over there. The other one is health and well-being of all occupants. This is specific hospital rating or healthcare rating, which was brought about 8 years back. And after the post-COVID situation, we got a 1.0 version also to deal with all this infection-related one. And that's also a very, very popular one. And more so for the a separate one to deal with the infectious disease in every hospital component to deal with COVID-like situations in a large way, ICU as well as the operation theater, general wards, infection spread doesn't come into a very large way. And air conditioning filters was talked about, or UVGA one, which Shabir talked about, very relevant. HEPA filters to be brought in over there in all these situations are very, very important component. How we can provide very healthy environment for all the occupants in a large way. So I think both these things can be taken together, health and well-being on a standalone for the office spaces and hotel spaces, and a separate particular thing for the healthcare building as well.
Right, no, very relevant. In fact, to some of your points, if I step back to do with the workplace well-being, India relevant points that you're bringing out, we have on panel someone who can represent the occupiers community in that sense. We have Dr. Abhijit Sarkar, Senior Vice President and Country Head Administration and Procurement for Sher Khan Limited, a subsidiary of BNP Paribas. He comes with a decade of cross-functional experience with facility management and asset management, and he can probably throw some light on some of the points that you brought around, talking about the tracking of IQ, water quality. And so, Mr. Sarkar, with your vast experience in this space, how are you monitoring these aspects? And are there any technologies being adopted for dynamic dashboarding or assurance for the employees?
Thank you, Tani. Good morning to you and good morning to all fellow panelists and all the delegates out here. Sustainability and employee wellness, is paramount for today. And in last over a decade, most of the organization have considered, green fit outs and green interior as their prime parameters. Before I touch upon, the dashboards and, the technology part, one thing is very important. What COVID has taught us, employee wellness is beyond everything. And especially when we talk about, indoor quality, indoor air quality, or, the water quality, these are some of the environmental hazard. And if I have to talk about indoor air quality, which is considered to be one of the emerging, air environmental hazard, which most of the countries are facing. So it is very imperative for, most of the facility managers to ensure that, their facility is free from these kind of pollutions. And to ensure this, the first and foremost thing is to use various kind of, mechanism available. The first thing which, as a facility or a real estate head or a real estate manager, needs to understand that whenever he is looking for a facility, in case he's looking for a, new building, he should ensure that the buildings are in line with all the governance, and, the councils and associations must have approved as per the desired standard. The building envelope should support the, the positive impact of IUQ. The building should have all the standards of ASHRAE 62.1 to be followed, to ensure that, the air quality is maintained to the highest level. So when I talk about, managing air quality, why is it required? If I have to refer to some of the, research of Harvard School, which clearly says that, since people are within the office or within the workplace for a larger amount of time, what they inhale, impacts them physically. And the quality of air, if at all it is good, the output is good. And if at all the environment is not, conducive or, in a position to create a non-polluted environment, definitely, the productivity is impacted. So for us, it's very important to give a very conducive environment. And secondly, today, every employee is well aware of, post-COVID, that what does, air quality means. And when he comes to office, is definitely would like to know the environment which he is occupying. So it's very important for, the facility heads to keep on circulating the dashboard, or, maybe if not circulating, maybe we can display the dashboards on our various zones to demonstrate the CO2 level or the water quality level, which many of the organizations still follow, so that which gives the, sense of confidence to their employees that we are in an environment which is free from any sort of pollution. To track this, there are various avenues available. If I have to refer to the conventional way, there are various, equipments available to monitor different parameters of, the indoor air quality. But then, as technology is emerging, IoT has, lot of avenues to, monitor and support and, act independently. Because when you do, in a conventional way, you require a lot of human intervention. Suppose you are doing a CO2 monitoring through analog monitoring system, definitely you find that, the CO2 levels are high. You have to bring in human intervention to manage the ventilation part. Whereas if you are using an IoT sensor, IoT pollution management sensor, basically it takes care of your entire system, right from managing the CO2, ensuring that, the ventilation is enhanced when the crowds are significant, and even the ventilation is reduced when the cloud is low, so that your energy is also safe. Then you have to do, air pollution indexing. You have to track the air pollution indexing to ensure that you are able to manage the, pollutants within the, within the campus. And by doing so, you are able to create a very conducive environment, because what is measured is, managed. And when you measure these parameters through technology, apparently, it not only functions by displaying the parameters, but it also functions by, giving a revision. Like, for example, if at all your CO2 levels are high, automatically, the sensor will raise an alarm, and the ventilation will get set on its own. So that's how, the technology works. If I have to talk about, water, how we are controlling water, water is something which is considered to be pure only when it is free from all the, contamination, which could be chemical, physical, or, microbial. And in that case, there are various mechanism or methodology available. Either you can go for, physical testing and sampling and analyzing and then remediating to that, or there are IoT technology available today, which can, wherein the vendors can provide you a backend support in tracking them, and achieving the parameters, whether they are in desired format or not. So this is very important. Today, when employee comes to office, he comes with an expectation that, I am in an environment which is safe, conducive, and which is free from all pollution. And when you display the dashboard, it gives them the sense of confidence that the environment which I have today is definitely is in a position to accommodate me from all kind of exposure and hazard. So that's all about
Absolutely. But also, I think, Dr. Sarkar, what happens is the terminology itself of being safe or being in a non-polluted environment is very relative to what is outside. What is relative in Bangalore, for example, may not be the same for a humid environment in Mumbai versus what's Gujarat. And in fact, Gujarat having an extreme climatic conditions. Mr. Sinha, if I can, jump onto you and, might pose my next question. So given the Gujarat's, extreme climatic conditions and this relativity that we're talking about, what has been your experience with occupiers seeking thermal comfort, IOQ monitoring, etc., in terms of demand for well-based parameters?
So, Dhani, you're right. Gujarat does have an extreme climate, and probably of all the factors in green building, HVAC remains the most important in terms of providing thermal comfort as well as cost. And Gujarat also is a very price-sensitive market. So we have struggled with this idea and had to work hard at entirely, the myth that was there that green buildings are more expensive. It took us a while to shatter that myth. And today, probably it is cheaper to build green buildings than there's not even a 5, 3, 1% differential. There's actually cheaper to build green buildings because, for a simple example, gray fly ash bricks are cheaper than red bricks. And so the cost of green buildings has really come down. But what is more important from a thermal comfort perspective is something that we have experimented with our green buildings in Ahmedabad is when we send out the utility bills to our customers, the air conditioning bills by the building management system, actually quantifies on the bill the amount you spent on air conditioning for that office versus what it would have been had you been in a conventional building and not in a green building. And the differential, it works out to be almost 30 to 40%. And considering the high utility cost in Gujarat, that works out to be almost 5 to 10 rupees a square feet. Now imagine the impact if you have a rental of 50, 60, 100 rupees a square feet. It's almost 10 to 20% of your rental, which you save only by the air conditioning cost. So that is the kind of intervention which has really led us to increase awareness about the quality of air conditioning in the building and has increased the demand. And post-pandemic, of course, this what Shreyas very rightly mentioned, there was initially there was this whole concern about the infection rate in a air-conditioned building. Fortunately, that again was a myth which was shattered. And today, actually, non-air-conditioned spaces is not an option, especially in cities like cities of Gujarat. And so the only option is to kind of assure the occupants of what is the level of air quality that we provide. And this is something again that we have seen, we have practiced in a lot of our buildings, that when you enter the building in the foyer, there's air quality index meter. This is, I'm talking about even before the whole well dashboard system became popular in India. And the air quality index it tells you what is the air quality of the building inside and what is the air quality outside the building, just from a pollution perspective. So post-pandemic, there's something now that we are taking it to the next level. We're actually creating dashboards across buildings and assuring people that the care is being taken and the air is filtered, treated fresh air is being provided into the building, the right kind of filters are installed, and the environment is safe and healthy. But the challenge that comes along in this is still there is not the level of awareness that you need in the architects and the HVAC consultants. The MVP consultants are still not kind of working with the sensitivity of sustainability. The per ton, per square feet tonnage that is still recommended by a lot of HVAC consultants is still very, very low. And so that is a challenge that still remains. Fortunately, the demand is building up and there will be more awareness about this. The other big challenge that I see, which was something which was mentioned by Mr. Sanjay Dutt in the inaugural address, is this whole issue of green funding. I think somehow we as a community need to impress upon the banks, the funding agencies to fund green projects, to provide cheaper funding for green projects. I think a lot of incentive is being given by the government in terms of FSI, in terms of benefits of duties and stamp duties and stuff like that. But from the corporate and from the demand side, we need to engage more with the funds to provide attractive funding for sustainable development. And if that can be probably a topic for another debate on this, probably that CBRI can take forward. But I think that is one area which we really need to focus on.
Yeah, I think evolution of the entire green building movement is the crux here, and from being a trend to being a given now. But Mr. Thomas, you also similarly touched upon how it started as a rage, the entire rating system, and is being now incorporated. And like Mr. Sinha also mentioned, the entire challenge is being now overcome through sometimes green buildings even being cheaper. What, Mr. Thomas, in your opinion, is this going forward, rather going towards? Is it going to be a fleeting trend, rage, or do you think this is here to stay for long? The entire wellness.
Yeah, Dhoni, I think that's a closing comment I made. It's here to stay. I mean, but I would look at it a little more in depth from a three perspectives. One is from the employer perspective, or the people who are occupying the buildings. For them today, especially after the COVID situation, I mean, every company is dealing with a difficult situation of talking to customers, talking to their employees, and bring them back to work. So, I mean, if you see, I mean, I don't know, I mean, you have read about Morgan Stanley CEO made a statement. People can go to restaurant, people can go for picnic, but it's difficult for them to come to work. I mean, that's a kind of a sarcastic comment he made. So that's a reality today. I mean, almost all the IT companies are coming back to work, probably not before September or even Jan 1st, 2021. So that's a big challenge for the companies to bring them back to work. That's where certifications will come into play, giving an assurance that the place is safe to come and work. So that is where it plays a major role. From a second perspective, investing community. And today we look at responsible investors, like we are looking at ESG roadmap for making an investments, and well certifications or green certifications are coming to play in terms of sustainability benchmarking, like GRESB, as you mentioned. So that is really a value add in that perspective also. Now, third aspect is, as an individual, where do I stand? See, recently McKinsey done a survey. I mean, I have some data points with me, which shows that they have done a survey of around 7,500 customers in 6 countries, and 79% of the respondents said they believe wellness is important, and 42% of them consider it as a top priority. So, in fact, in every market, customers substantiated the increase of prioritization of wellness over the past 2-3 years. So there are 3 levels of push coming in from employer, from the investor, from the individual users. So it is here to stay. There's no doubt about it. I will also talk about a little bit of my experience. I mean, my previous company, then we were globally the first company to get certified under IWBI's health and safety rating for operations and maintenance management. Globally, the first company. When they introduced the certification in June 20, we got entire portfolio certified in around August or September kind of a time. So it created a lot of buzz in the community, our tenant community, and they were all very appreciative of the fact that there is an assurance platform which is supported by an accredited agency who gives assurance that the process and protocols followed by the building they're occupying is compliant with the global standards. This gives them a comfort. As Shabir said, a lot of initiatives have been done, whether it's in terms of thermal scanning, in terms of sanitization, in terms of mentioning the indoor air quality, in terms of air conditioning improvements, in terms of even now, as we speak, we are working on a project to measure the surface hygiene with an ATP platform, as adenosine triphosphate platform, which is probably very rarely done, because surface is one of the contaminants as far as the COVID is concerned. Maybe in another 15 days time, in our buildings, you will see a surface quality measurement displayed on the screen. So those are the things we'll really work on, ensuring that the people who are coming to work gets a comfort that it is done. So in all sum it up, or all perspective, it's here to stay. It is not a kind of passing activity, or it is going to be the future of space, in my view.
Yeah, looking forward to a better tomorrow with that. Before I move on, I think Mr. Suresh has conveyed his regrets that there was an important meeting he had to attend and he had to leave the forum, but he's available for any questions that might be there for him to personally answer. Mr. Thomas, I think your statements have really triggered a lot of questions from the audience. We have a very, very engaged audience, and the questions are very exciting as well. There's a first question from the audience for Mr. Sinha and Mr. Thomas for you. Is green building seeing a growth in the future now that the wellness is crucial? If so, what about the existing non-green buildings and how long will it take for them to be green? What about reusing infrastructure waste materials like concrete fly ash to help promote sustainability? I think it's a very nice question.
I mean, as a person who is involved in managing the building, so probably I'll take about this first part of the question, how to convert a non-green building to a green building, right? I mean, which I have done in the past. Again, I speak from my experience. We had one building which is not green building certified at the time of construction. We went ahead and converted that into a green building with with modifications in the system, primarily around air conditioning and ventilation and improvement in air conditioning system. So the lead platform under ARC, which is existing building operation maintenance platform, will enable you to get that certification if you made minor corrections in the building. And we achieved that over a period of, I think around 9 months efforts, we achieved a non-certified building into a gold-rated building with a capex. I mean, I don't remember the capex exactly, not very significant capex, but we got the result. So it is a way forward for everybody to follow because it is doable and should be done. As you see, by 2030, we have all operational carbon should be neutralized by 2020 as per the World Green Building Council. So that is the way forward. So it is doable and it should be done. And probably Samir will tell you about how construction material will help in reducing the carbon footprint.
So thank you, Gigi. But yeah, that is, of course, that's a whole big topic of conversation. But let me also address, Dhwani, what you pointed about existing buildings. I think there again lies in a huge opportunity for developers. Most of developers in smaller towns, especially and tier 2 and tier 3 cities, typically sell real estate and move out of the societies, out of the maintenance in a few years. And the societies are then maintained by what we call RWAs. The RWAs have a lot of funds available. These funds can only be used for the maintenance and well-being of the society. Now the opportunity lies in with the developer or companies like CBRE or whoever else comes in and provides a solution, sustainable, well solution for the RWAs to convert their buildings into green buildings, provide a better environment, save on energy, save water, and hence save money. That is a model that needs to be worked out. I think there is a huge opportunity in this country on that because obviously the existing lot of our buildings are existing, the buildings that are non-green are existing buildings, which there is an incentive, there is cost savings, there is wellness factor, and the interested population which has funds, the RWAs have funds to do this. So again, like I said, this is an opportunity that probably large real estate companies, people who have developed projects should go back to them, or management companies like CBRE or others should come in and provide that solution to the RWAs. As far as recycling is concerned, that again is something that is happening, not to the level that it should, especially in terms of the construction and demolition waste, because we are still dumping a lot of our construction waste into landfills. Therein, we need some strong regulation intervention from the corporations, from municipal corporations, from the state governments, where this has to be totally prohibited. And each site must be forced to recycle their construction demolition waste entirely. It can be done. There are examples, even in Ahmedabad, the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation set up a paver plant, which has, they taken the CDW waste from sites and make them into paver, which again, the developers are very eager to buy back. So those kind of interventions are happening, but too few, too small, too insignificant to make a big impact. That definitely needs to happen.
Dhwani, I will add one more point. Dhwani, I'd like to add one more point. I think probably in the real estate segment, office space segment, I think I would look at now changing the contracting models by itself. Today, we are all driven by an actual cost syndrome. I mean, that's where I would like to call it. Today, every spend on utilities, whether it is water, electricity, conditioning cost, is most of the places it's a pass-through. This does not give an incentive for a real estate developer to improve the efficiencies of the system at all, any point of time. When you spend 100 rupees, you recover 100 rupees from the tenant. If you spend 90 rupees, you recover 90 rupees. If you spend 110, you recover the same. So the contract should be structured in such a manner that the developer has an incentive to perform better. So that is the way forward to make the buildings more efficient and effective. Otherwise, the actual cost syndrome is going to kill the green building industry, is what my personal feeling is. So I would pass it on to probably people like Abhijit Sarkar to think through, and then I'm willing to take up the challenge of an actual cost model where my performance is indexed to energy efficiency of the building.
Absolutely.
True. I think that makes up for a good closing remark as well. And it's very overwhelming to see the number of questions we are receiving. Maybe we can take this up offline. In fact, to your response, Mr. Sinha, that companies like CBRE should take up, and just to mention there, we are already working on some of these retrofits to help them with sustainability wellness. Maybe we'll take just one last question, which actually did come up while Mr. Kachwala, you were speaking, about what new age technology can be implemented for air quality improvement in buildings in polluted cities, specifically like Mumbai.
So I don't know whether Mumbai is the most polluted city in India. I guess there are other cities in India which are more polluted, because Mumbai has the luxury of being near the sea, right? So obviously the pollution levels are very different from Delhi or any other city. Having said that, what I mentioned about UVGI increasing the amount of fresh air in an air-conditioned building, whether Delhi was looking at providing 8 hours, at their chokes in terms of, cleaning the air. So there are various technologies available across the world. We need to see what fits into our Indian model, how cost effective it is. And obviously we all need to do our own bit in ensuring that the air pollution levels go down. So whether we should try and maintain our car, we should try to ensure that the air conditioning systems in our homes or in the offices get cleaned regularly. The MERV13 filters are also changed after a certain number of years. So all these small things will help in addition to the X technology, which is UVGI or an increased amount of fresh air or MERV13 filters or more. Thank you.
I think that definitely brings us to the next topic of technology, which our next session is about. What I'll try and do is just summarize what we discussed today. And while this cannot be conclusive, there are a lot of interesting insights that have come around today. A lot of learnings, beginning with the net zero goals and missions that we were talking about, to awareness, empathy, and engagement that Mr. Sinha spoke about, which I personally think as well is very important to take this movement forward. Like you also mentioned, Mr. Kachwala, while you were one of the first pioneers in the entire movement, we've moved a long way from where it began as a trend to, like Mr. Thomas said, it's something for here to stay. And wellness, definitely, while Mr. Bhatia also said in the beginning, while they are both similar, sustainability and wellness, they're very different in their own ways. While sustainability is about the building envelope and the energy management, wellness, as it came out in the discussions today as well, is more about the humane side of sustainability and how we engage with the people who are going to live, work, stay in the buildings for most part of their awake hours. So with that, I think we could close the session. I wouldn't again say that we've really concluded the session. It's something for us to, take it up even offline, and we can continue to discuss. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you CII again. I think it was a wonderful and insightful session, and I'm sure the participants, the audience have gained a lot of insight into sustainability and wellness goals post-COVID.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dhwani. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Dhwani, and all the esteemed panelists for that excellent session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now be moving ahead with our next panel discussion on technology to manage projects and enhance the workspace experience. May I first invite the session moderator, Mr. Virendra Gupta, Executive Director, Project Management Group, CBRE South Asia Private Limited, and now our esteemed panelists, Colonel Praveen Kumar, Corporate Head, Infrastructure Planning and Development, TCS, Mr. Vinod Javod, Chief Operating Officer, Adani Connects, Mr. Viresh Rao, Vice President, Construction, Industrial and Logistic Parks, Lodha Group, Mr. Sanjay Kichre, Head of Operations, Kimberly Clark, and Mr. Amit Saincher, Senior Vice President, Corporate Operations and Real Estate, Brand Experience and Events, the Walt Disney Company. Welcome, esteemed panelists. May I now request the moderator to kindly take over the session. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, Ronit, for the introductions for the second session of the day. We thoroughly enjoyed so far the inaugural as well as the session one. A lot of takeaways from session one. And I would love to do a same kind of prelude for session two. And on behalf of CII and CBRE, I extend a very warm welcome to all the panelists to be part of the discussion today. And we are going to cover today technology to manage projects and enhance workspace experience. I will start with a quick round of introductions while Ronit gave a short introduction. I think we didn't do justice to the panelists, so I'll like to do a quick round of introduction. Today we have Mr. Vinod Java. He is the Chief Operating Officer for Data Centers at Adani Connects, a senior technical and general management professional with close to about 3 decades of experience in managing infrastructure projects across sectors like telecom, data center, banking, process industries. And being a part of very diversified business group, we are keen to hear your views, sir, on how Indian corporates are looking at growth sectors, specifically the data center domain. We also have Colonel Praveen Kumar. He is Corporate Head, Infrastructure Planning and Development at TCS. He's an industry veteran and has been a pioneer in setting new benchmarks for efficient project deliveries. He has always challenged the status quo to offer best-in-class campuses and facilities for TCS. Sir, it'll be a great to hear about how you envision the transformation of workspaces post-pandemic. We also have with us Mr. Viresh Rao. He is Vice President, Construction, Industrial and Logistics Park at Lodha Group. He brings the expertise of urban planning, engineering, contracts, and project management. With his vast experience of over 25 years in leadership roles, he has managed corporate and business development strategies. So would love to hear about logistics and warehousing parks, as this sector has been a flavor of real estate and saw tremendous growth even during the pandemic. We have Sanjay Kachre. He is Head Operations, Kimberly Clark. Has a vast experience of 25 years in the domain of supply chain with demonstrated history of working in fast-moving consumer good industry, leading cross-cultural teams to manage complex operations. So with your varied experience, we look forward to hearing your thoughts on retail as a growth area in India. We also have today with us Mr. Amit Saincher. He is Senior VP at Star TV, a Walt Disney company. He has more than 20 years of experience, including his long stint with Oberoi Hotels and Resorts, where he was leading a high-performing team. He's an industrial leader and is known for strong work ethics, creative solutions, commitment, and outstanding communication skills. We'll be very keen to hear on how technology helped you manage and operate the recording studios live 24/7 all through the pandemic, sir. So with the introductions done, we kind of are gonna start with the session now. While we are going to talk about technology today, but there are people who say, I will not get impressed with technology until I can download food from internet. This is something, that people carry in their mind, that, there is a lot of ho-halla around technology, but, I will not get impressed. So we, through this session, would like to address that misnomer. And I take this as a challenge, but at the same time believe firmly that technology has emerged as a key enabler during these times. Our technology truly has helped us being more resilient, maintain stability, and ensure business continuity in the construction sector. And not only construction sector, even in other sectors as well. And today we will delve into emerging technology trends, which drives innovation in construction and project management industry. Experts will share their insights into latest digital strategies and platforms that can be adopted in construction sites and workspaces being managed by them. So with that, my first question goes out to Mr. Vinod Jawar. So since data centers are very high on CAPEX and on OPEX, have you been using any technology tools at Adani to evaluate design options to arrive at the best fit solutions for your upcoming data centers, sir?
Yeah, Virendra, thanks a lot. And before I jump into this question and answer you, I'll take a few seconds to congratulate the CIA and obviously CBRE to put this together. I didn't know that it was 10 years old session. I've been with this for the last couple of years, but every year I'm getting impressed with the panelists and the way the discussion is happening. So I remember, Virendra, you telling me, please jump in and be part of the earlier session. So a lot of insights came on sustainability. Thanks for that. So the question which you ask, is CAPEX important? Obviously, for data center, we are in a very unique position. So we are in a position where the CAPEX spend is under tremendous pressure by our customers. And also we are in a pressure to deliver faster because the demands are very high on that. So in this scenario, the use of technology is not a choice, but it is a need. This is something which we have concluded. I've executed right from 2005 projects on data center up to this for 15 years. And the only thing which has been a differentiator mainly on the use of technology, how much penetration it has come. So the time which we are now looking at how we need to optimize CAPEX and to ensure we deliver faster, there is a big need of putting technology. And we at Adani, because we had the option to not to go with legacy in terms of data center, and there's a group push for us, we have been deploying technology right from day one of the first one. See, the management of CAPEX and the schedule, we believe firmly is just a general feeling that if you have to deliver something faster, let's put more resources at the ground to do it faster. But we have been trying to think otherwise. We are saying that to do things faster, you please plan better. There's a limitation to what you can do at the ground. But if you do plan better using tools and technology, obviously you will be able to ensure that you do it right the first time when you're doing it the site. You don't end up. The big amount of CAPEX is attributed, what we call as cost of completion to the project. Is attributed to also to the delay in projects, towards the reworking of the projects, what we do. These are all hidden costs, but they are quite significant portion for us. So in order to take care of this, we have from the day one, I've been insisting and our team has been putting together, we are doing all our design on a BIM model. So this is something which we have now very aggressively adopted, and we are getting so much of detailing on that. And data center has got this unique thing of too many services running in a very in a congested space, or we say restricted space on that. And this ability to look at clash detections and clash everything right in the starting is extremely important for us, so that we're able to get the execution thing right on that. So we have been able to use the BIM model even for tendering. We have been able to get the general contractor to bid based on the BIM model. We've not been giving them any other kind of documentation. So it's been quite an easy task for us to hand over the BIM model to them in totality. So leaving them to extract the quantities and details from them and then getting the pricing right. And also, we felt that the model is extremely important going beyond the initial phase of construction, because data center, while we build the core and cell in one go, the fit out happens in stages. And this model will help the operation team to not only ensure that the operation equipment tracking, operational inventories and issues resolutions are done easily. For the second phase also, you can always update and ensure that the subsequent phases are used very efficiently using this model, and we don't spend a lot of time re-engineering on that. So we are heavily depending not depending, we're heavily betting on this model, and I'm sure this is the way we were going to go forward on that. We use some other technology also. Mainly we use the thermal analysis, CFT analysis, to look at how the best of the cooling system can optimize, besides using the normal what we call as ETAB and all, to look at the electrical system to optimize all those things. So these are standard things. But from an operation perspective, we with our group partner Edge Connects, this is our joint venture partners Edge Connects has been developed something as an edge operating system. This is a DCIMS which is proprietary to Edge Connects, and it's a very smart and very interactive based operating system which we are doing to manage the operational efficiency on that. So while we are deploying for the first time in India, we have seen some of the demonstration being done at our partners' premises in US and Europe and all. Very efficient tool. It is something which is futuristic. It's able to integrate AI features for tomorrow's, and also it's able to keep track of each and every element of the infrastructure which is in operation. So these are a few things which we are doing. And again, the thought is that you plan better, you think better, you'll obviously execute better. So that's the thought process. And we will, whatever time you get, 2 days extra time you get in a project, we will insist you put 1.5 days to plan, half a day to construct. We will not give construction 2 days. So that's the approach, and hence the thought process in Adani Connects has been, it's a little bit and thinking from the out of the box, looking at how to resolve this problem for us.
Great insight, Jawahar, for the data center projects. Can we put it on mute, please? I think there is a resonance coming in. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Jawahar, for giving this wonderful insights on the technology being adopted. Apart from BIM, the DCIM that you mentioned about, would certainly like to get more insights on that. Because data centers are very high on energy consumption, and you have to select the right technology to, move ahead with the data center projects. So with that, my second question goes to Colonel Praveen. Sir, do you think that as a corporate, one should make necessary budgetary provisions towards technology implementation? See, we keep talking about technology here, technology there, but is there a budgetary provisions being made by the corporates to implement the technology in various ways and means to bring in efficiencies, whether it is construction of new real estate assets or managing of your existing real estate assets?
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone, once again, and very good to be a part of this session. It's a knowledge sharing session, and we'll be happy to share. But considering the environment of time and space constraint, I'll be limiting my the comments and statement to some limited points only. But to be specific to the question which have been asked, we operate in a technology environment, and IT industry is one of the forefront of technology implementation. And today we have come to an age of digital platform for everything. And slowly AI will be ruling on every aspect of our life. It is just a matter of time. We're always seeing that. So with that background, the expectation of the entire user end has changed. And to meet that thing, there is a definitely need to understand what technology can provide. And till now, it has been considered as an aid in certain processes and certain activity. But slowly it is taking a shape of not only aid, but necessity that is required to be implemented as a part of overall implementation of project. And especially in the infrastructure project, because the scale is pretty huge and there's a huge dependency on manpower in terms of time and cost management. So that is all the more imperative that some technology has been incorporated from the beginning itself. So to be very specific in that, from the time this thoughts have been come, a lot of software is implemented. For example, MS Project was one of the first one to handle the project management things. Slowly it got into Primavera. And Primavera also, as on date, actually has got multiple features of project management, which most of the professionals in the construction industry are trying to imbibe, and it is working pretty well. So that is something which is very fundamental now. But what is more important from our experience point of view, that it has to be scaled down to from the project inception upwards to the complete designing and then cost management and subsequently implementation stage. So now coming to the design part, there are very wonderful tools available these days. For example, BIM modeling, to be very specific. It has got features which actually allows architect to think beyond what a human person can think or what we can really imagine. And it has got multiple features, 1D, 2D, 3D, and one can go up to 5D, which also talks about, on the completion of project where you can do the complete infrastructure setup in a very, very logical and sequential manner. So this kind of tool is very, very handy. And this allows architects to design a project with almost huge control over the rework element, which is one of the major reasons why most big projects has a setback in terms of time and cost management, because for some reason or other, the certain amount of rework do happen. BIM is a very useful tool in that extent. And now there is a great stress on the design aspect where the energy has to play a very important role. We have to come to a situation where the environment sustainability aspect has to be seen with great care, which should be an integral part of design. Now, when it comes to those aspects, there are various energy modeling simulation has to be done, for which multiple softwares are available, which allows a beautiful design in terms of building orientation and the selection of facade and other things, which allows the energy simulation elements nicely captured, which can be very nicely integrated in your overall project. Similarly, even the MEP part through this energy simulation model exercise, it can be brought to a level where the thing can be made very, very acceptable and sustainable. And what is more important in this whole aspect, that while there are tools available, there are software available, but what cannot substitute is the man who has to operate these tools. So what our thought process is that the man who is required to operate this tool, he has to be sufficiently trained and proficient in this aspect. Now, until now, BIM is a very good tool, but there is a general reluctance and acceptance of the wider scope. So we try to encourage at basic level so that the experienced professionals who are there, they are encouraged to handle these tools, and that is how the benefit will come. So while technology will be there, definitely it will only scale up over a period of time. But what is equally important is to scale up the skill set of human professionals also, which will be utilizing this software in a full span.
Yeah, great. I totally agree with you, sir. There, technology is as good as the person who is going to use it. So until and unless you have someone specialist managing it for you, you may not get the desired results. And I totally agree with you. And it's good to know that as many corporates, and being part of the IT companies, the budgetary provisions on the technology implementation is something that is already in place, and you as a IT leader are also making such provisions in the budgets. So with that, I'll move on to Mr. Viresh Rao. So you have extensive experience in logistics and warehousing projects pan-India. What are the major challenges faced by you during typical stepwise approach? First is land search, then the land development, then the PEB structure, the flooring works, and how technology is being adopted by you to meet the stringent requirements of very demanding warehouse clients that you are dealing with.
Good afternoon to all the panelists and to all the participants of this conference. Also, thankful to CII and CBRE and all the other partners to bring us on this platform. A very valid question you have asked me. I mean, I came to, from last 28 years, I am in the construction industry, and out of which last 8 to 10 years, I have only spent in industrial or a warehousing sector. Today, if you see, since warehouse was only introduced 10 years back, so we are few of the lucky people who got all the new construction ideas from all our multinational clients. Since it is a lately developed or recently introduced warehousing, so we didn't go through the entire phase of learning by our own. So we have adopted all the technology which were available worldwide. And I would say that today in India, any of the companies which is into warehousing are able to deliver the project in the same speedy manner with the same quality as per the international standard. Now, to answer your question, close to 8 years back, I was involved in a project for developing a warehouse for a 5 lakh square feet BTS. And I remember that time we took close to 18 months for the entire inception to the project delivery. Today, because of the technology, where we are able to close the vendors on e-bidding, the entire pre-construction has shrunk to less than 35 to 40 days. We are able to put all the vendors on board and start the construction. When we talk about the PEB, I mean, almost 30% of the entire building is PEB, which we are able to factory made and erect at site. The flooring, we are able to do close to say 1,000 to 1,200 square meter per day. And all the electrical, plumbing, firefighting, everything is done parallelly. So as I was referring, 5 box, which used to take 18 months, last year we were able to deliver in almost 9 months. That means because of all these technology, I mean, I would say this is a proof to me that because of using all this technology, we are able to reduce the construction time by half. And also to add up is that today the warehousing industry is the most evolved in terms of any other, probably in terms of infrastructure project. I was also involved in infrastructure projects. Compared to infrastructure residential, I would say warehouse and industry is the most evolved. Nevertheless, even in the construction industry, since Lodha is in big way in residential projects, there are also to all the possibilities, the Lodha group has adopted the technology. And I always divide the technology in terms of hardware and software. Whereas a lot of efforts has gone for software, wherein a lot of ERP or mobile-based technologies are introduced, which actually helps in coordination. A lot of is stopped. Generally in construction, we say 30 to 35% of the entire efficiency is lost due to the design changes or coordination problem, revision in design. However, because of all these technology, today we are able to save these costs. Yeah.
Thanks, Viresh. You know, it was great, you know, getting your insights on how adoption of technology has helped you in bringing efficiencies on the project delivery, and how this has helped reduce, you know, the earlier timelines of 18 months to half of it, you know, 9 months. Great to hear that as part of the case study. And with that, my next question goes to Mr. Sanjay Kachre. So you have multiple asset classes to manage. You know, as part of your portfolio, you have offices, manufacturing plants, warehouses, and retail outlets. So all are part of, you know, assets that you manage at Kimberly-Clark. But how do you bring in technology to manage these various asset classes related to design, operations, and safety of employees? How do you bring technology to manage all of this at the facilities?
Thank you for your question, Virendra. And before I answer, you know, it, I would like to thank you, both CII and CBRE, for putting this, you know, platform together. And I have attended the earlier session for, you know, few minutes, and I think it was a great insight that we got on the sustainability, which is a you know, need of the hour. And I think you know, thank you all the panelists for sharing your thoughts. And coming to the specific answer, I will give it you know, my feedback in terms of the client, how client looks at it. Okay, so basically technology has been playing a great role in the entire business, and I think it is not limited to the supply chain or construction part that we are talking about. But I think for us, technology means either we are getting some benefit out of it in terms of cost, or either we are getting some kind of efficiency in our operation or the working, as you mentioned, in terms of safety, quality, or delivery, for that matter. And for each asset class that you have talked about, there is a different need. So, if I have to talk about the offices first, I think, we being MNC, I think our connection with, multiple offices across the world is essential. I think so. The investment in terms of technology at the time of design is very, very essential. And I think, if you look at the kind of technology that we have invested in, like the interactive screens, the UX technology, or even for the communication, so we conduct all the town halls, with our MD on a quarterly basis through our office. So I think those are the investments we are able to do in the office because of the right planning, and also the understanding of the technology, how it is going to help us. And I think, that technology availability, through some of the integrators has been a crucial part of our success. And I think we are able to put that to place when we are looking at, the office design, earlier, before the pandemic happened. What has changed in pandemic though is, I think, our motto to design offices was to be self-sufficient, and I think self-reliant. And now what has changed is it has to be a hands-free and more collaborative. So I think with a lot of people returning to the office needs some kind of action to keep them safe, and it starts right from the time you enter the office till the time you exit. And I think whatever activities that you do in the office has to be hands-free. And I think that's one area where the technology we are trying to get the help from, and seeing that how we can make it hands-free. Couple of things we have done is in terms of making sure that your access system works hands-free. You've been watched into various zones where you're going through those access cards, so that you don't have to worry about. We are also looking at the possibility of getting people watched for the social distancing. So I think those are some of the examples for office. And coming to the plant, it is a very, very different ballgame. So for plant, I think we have a good amount of technology, involvement in our operations. But when it comes to the construction, and we did construct close to 160,000 square feet of warehouse space during the pandemic. And I think we could complete that project in 6 odd months only because of the technology. And a couple of thoughts has been shared on this, by the panelists is, BEAM. I think that's one technology that we have used because it allows you to avoid any kind of a rework and make sure that you're building perfectly, match with each other in terms of the performance and the delivery. That's one. The second part is we are also looking at how we can use the technology in terms of the other part, that is the requirement in terms of hygiene, and actually making sure that we follow all the standards that are required in a new world. I think that's one where as I mentioned, the access system comes into play. So we are using the access system effectively for zoning the people. And I think in the second wave versus the first wave, the actions that we are taking in zoning has actually helped us in managing the show without any disruption. So we are able to manage the operation delivery 100% because of this system change or the technology investment that we have done. And I think the last part, coming to the warehouse, as the other panelists have mentioned, I think the warehouse till today in India has not been up to the mark. The technology involvement in warehouses is coming slowly, but I think what we are looking at in terms of making sure that how we can construct the warehouse which are made to suit using technology, and how they can be quickly used for the technologies like WMS and watching the in and out movement of this through these warehouses effectively. So those are a couple of examples. I will not go into the retail because it's a vast subject, But I think from the technology perspective, these are some of the examples, and I think there are more examples in the the core sector or the core technology where where we can use this effectively.
Thanks, Sanjay, for sharing your ideas, which you adopted to make the facilities self-reliant, and the enhancements taken on health and safety practices to provide the business continuity at your facilities. Great ideas. So with that, I'll move on to Amit. So Amit, request if you could, share your thoughts. You have been part of an industry wherein the news stories were being churned out in your studios and offices in spite of the pandemic. And, the continuity was 24/7. So how and what technology initiatives were taken by you for this, providing this sort of a business continuity and manage such a large footfall even during the pandemic? Over to you, Amit.
Thank you, Virender. Good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists, and taking this opportunity to thank CII and CBRE to have me on this panel. And just to, before I answer this question of yours, I just want to set a little background with the current pandemic. I think it's really acted as a catalyst of change, at least in our industry of facilities. We've been forced to pay attention to deliver safe hygiene facility. We have started thinking differently. Employee health, safety, wellness has become a key focus area for everybody, and facility industry is just not a service provider anymore. I think it's a combination of bringing in safe work practices, bringing in technology, bringing in analytics, and so on and so forth. And I think digital technologies are changing, and the way facilities are functioning are also changing. It is definitely redefining our workplaces, is changing people's mindset, and it's opening up a new world of living totally. And as I think more and more people start accepting digitalization in facilities and in area of workspaces, I think it's going to become the next big thing as a process to be followed. And of course, the data that it gives you, it helps you take decisions, helps you effectively manage your property and make corrective changes wherever it is required. Now, coming to the question that you asked us, yes, Star has been, on 24/7. We tried to manage to get as much as new content to our TV viewership, and we have been extremely successful in retaining our #1 position in the television industry and keeping our shows afloat. We obviously had, almost about 24, 25 shows on floor. We had a huge IPL, which we had to deliver. We had sports that we had to deliver in terms of, kabaddi and football and so on. Having said that, I think the initial part, what we did was, we moved technology at home. That was the first drive that we did. And then slowly, when we got the time and we realized that this pandemic is here to stay for a while, we started working on our studios to make them better, improve, to get people back into our studios to work. And when we moved technology at home, we obviously, shifted everybody's desktops, laptops. We moved into cloud-based system so that our edits could happen online, our promos could happen online. And we were very successful in launching advertisement insertions live from home, which we never even initially thought that this is something which is possible. So, a lot of new technology came up. We did use them. A lot of learning has come up in the industry of media and the space of media of how things need to, work. But of course, the decision was to get people back into our studios and, make sure that we have our shows continuity going on. So just a couple of things I just want to touch where we use technology. I think the first area, when I think in our first session, Gigi and Shabir also touched upon the importance of HVAC and air conditioning. I think that's where we started working on BMS. We installed the building management software. We've connected all our HVAC systems. We've installed, air purifiers for air coming in through TFAs. UV purification was done for all air passing through the HUs. Focusing on the number of air exchanges, and everything was all automated and controlled and monitored through BMS and not manually. We introduced an app called D-Assist, This app is a mobile-based app. It can allow you to hot desk, book your seats, book your meeting rooms. Whilst you're coming in, you can hitch a ride with somebody who's coming into the office. Allows you to book your parking space. Allows you to enter into the facility without touch, as we were just discussing about it, through Bluetooth connectivity. Allows you to a visitor management app. Of course, with the shoots going on, you have multiple sets of vendors, multiple sets of visitors coming in. It's all pre-approved with all the data that needs to be collected, pre-posted on that. It allows you. Then we used the auto thermal checks while coming into the studio spaces. Pre-entry approval was also a very success, a part of the app again. It avoided a lot of congregation outside for people to enter because they had the pre-approval, they had a pre-approved QR code. They just had to scan the QR code, their name would appear, on a computer screen for the security person, and then he would allow entry inside. We had occupancy sensors in the building, again monitored through the command room. Whenever there would be more than 4 people, in an area which is not meant to be that, it would give messages to the command room. The command room would send our people to spread the occupancy of the people out. We had social distancing proximity buzzers in the app, where people would come 6 feet closer, and it would buzz locally as well as in the command center, so that we would know that there is a breach happening here. We had anomaly detections in our cameras that we had installed, where again we would find out if there is people who are meant for studios are not there, if we could not see a displayed ID card, and so on and so forth. This app allowed everybody to do instant RT-PCR uploads. We had to do a RT-PCR test as recommended by the government of India within 48 hours for you to be given entry into the building. So uploading them for it to be reaching our doctors and doctors making an approval, it was all through the app and seamlessly, conducted. Of course, not even a single space was left untouched with this pandemic. So obviously we had to relook at the washrooms, going into auto sensing doors, auto sensing taps, auto sanitization post particular intervals, and so on and so forth. Then of course we had to work extensively. People have come in, people have started, working. Then of course tea, coffee, and cafeteria became another big area. So again, we moved the cafeteria on the app. So now people can, order on the app. They can make the payment on the app. They have a pickup message that comes to them on the app, so that they go pick up their food at the right time. And again, avoiding congregation and giving people time interval and so on and so forth. And I think, and as work from home started, as an organization, we built in a culture of sending everybody a work from home kit, a table, a chair, a laptop stand, printer, mouse, etc., so that people are they're getting used to and settling down into this culture. That we realize that it's going to take some more time for this pandemic to get over. So I think in a nutshell, there's been a extensive usage of technology in the last, I think, 1.5 years, and successfully delivering what we were supposed to for our TV clients as well as our sporting fans. And yeah, I think it's a great initiative that we have taken, and I guess it's going to continue and only become better from here.
Great. That's a very good insight, Amit. A lot of initiatives that you spoke about, and very, very relevant initiatives, I think, to make our workplaces more safe and welcoming to the people. I think these initiatives will be well noted by all the delegates, who are part of the conference right now, and will be taken as learning back home. So with that, Mr. Vinod, I'll come back to you. So do you think investing into project management tools, procurement management tools, etc., will really go a long way in standardizing the project delivery processes?
Yes, Virendra. A short answer to it is definitely it works. There is no second thoughts on that. So we have been handling multiple projects And the fact that the elements which drives the data center markets are more or less the same on that. The sequencing of construction, the sequence of integration, and the interlinking of activities are something which the data center brings on that. So we, in the data center market, we believe in doing something modular with a similarity so that we can keep on repeating. And tools, believe me, these tools are both program management or project management, what we call, and the ability to get the materials right in time at the right time, because most of the data centers work in congested environment. So it is, and they're very high precision and critical equipment which needs to be delivered. So ability to track, ability to monitor the various factors like factory acceptance tests, various process of construction at the factory, manufacturing at the factory, and the ability to link to the construction activities is extremely important. We have seen that happening in the past, that some of these, you are waiting for a material and suddenly you see the FAT has failed. So these stringent things can be managed well with all the tools we have been deploying. But more than that, project management tools which we have been using, both Microsoft Project as well as Primavera. I've seen that these tools have been in the market for quite a long time, but the ability to extract the complete juice of the tools has been very recent on that. And that's only because of the skill sets have improved among the resources whom we are now bringing on board. And obviously the industry expertise have come in picture. So the tools have been extremely important for us to bring the knowledge of the experts onto something which is a standard, and ability to we use the tools mainly to, while it is a very standard tool to use for the scheduling and activity, we use the tool extremely well for mitigating risk. And the risk mitigation comes from the experts in the field who have gone through the cycle very well. And this is getting incorporated in the tool. And the learnings from a program management office which have established centrally is immediately passed on to the next project as a key learning. There's a learning notification which goes through, right, and immediately the project of the subsequent project or the parallel project which you're running is also immediately corrected to take care of this risk of that. So it's been extremely useful for us, and we are taking the most benefit of it. And it's more useful, I can say, from a data center perspective, because we are in building standard blocks, standard constructions, and we would like to repeat this model again and again. And these tools are helping us a lot. So a short answer, elaborated for your sake, Virendra, a little bit more, but the answer is yes. They have been of extreme high importance, and we are going to deploy more and more such things. We're getting into not just resource deployment, we're getting into minute cost deployment, cash outflows, all those things which will help us to ensure that we don't stumble unexpectedly into any of the project. So that's the answer.
Thanks. One more question to you. You spoke, number of projects being undertaken parallelly right now. So are you also using any online reporting tools or MIS sort of tools to manage these multiple projects and get one dashboard kind of a reporting? Are you using any such tools?
We are using in bits and pieces, but as a group, we are working with a very large, multinational company to have a group-wise MIS system, which will have a segregated. So this is a pure MIS system, which will reflect on the various projects. Adani, is always under installation and execution stages. There are lakhs of crores of projects which are running at present stage, and we are in the growth mode almost every time you put a pin on this company here. And while we have got this online reporting on a standalone basis, but there's a whole team of now put across to look at the group level MIS where every component is integrated together, and we are able to get this information at the touch of the button on a real-time basis. Something which we're investing huge amount of money on that. that's work in progress. Maybe next time when you invite me in this session, maybe I can give you the good news that we have done that, and it's how it works.
Sure.
But yes, we have on a standalone basis tools which has got the good benefit, but they're all restrictive in certain ways that they're not actually interactive and not able to give a bigger picture. But we have realized that, and we are investing something very heavy on in a tool which I'm sure it is very futuristic. That's what it is.
Oh, thanks. With that, I'll move to Colonel Praveen. So do you feel a need to undertake any refurbishments to upgrade and enhance the employee workspace experience, including the MEP infrastructure upgrades that you are anticipating to be undertaken post-pandemic, and how do you feel technology can help us with the same? Colonel Praveen, your mic is, please unmute. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So pandemic has been a big eye opener in many ways, and we would have come a long way to realize that work from home concept or dependence on technology or dependence on virtual platform, everything has been taken to a new level altogether. But now coming back to the management of project in the current environment and its interface with technology, there are many ways which is required to be improved upon. For example, now this situation of pandemic is going to be there for some more time as it is predicted. In what form, that's only a matter of speculation, but one has to live with it. So that means there has to be a coordinated effort to address this aspect also in our overall project delivery mechanism. So now in respect to MEP part, there have been various discussions on various forums, and ASHRAE and ISHRAE both have issued various guidelines about the improvement in indoor air quality, how the overall indoor air has to be treated. So with that respect, there is a definite requirement to undertake this exercise in a larger scale to see that the office's indoor air quality is brought to a level which is more in line with the expectation in terms of germicidal treatment, in terms of its own more higher level of purity. So technology plays a very important role in trying to detect and react. So it's an interface of AI as well as the prevalent technology has to be done along with the what we are currently using building management system. So these all things has to be integrated in a big way to address this part. Now, second aspect which is equally important is that as we move along under the current situation as well as further development of the project, actually, the technology will be playing a greater role because the efficiency of design, efficiency of performance parameter, efficiency of every aspect of performance which infrastructure project has to deliver, it has to be only calibrated and supported and validated through a technology mechanism only. So whether it is a software or whether it is a simulation exercise or whether it is any other walkthrough exercise or virtual modeling, it will be the way forward to make sure that we are on the right track. So as we move forward, the technology will be playing a much larger role. While definitely there'll be human dependence, as I said earlier also, but technology will be a bigger tool in implementing every aspect of project management.
Yeah, thanks, Colonel Praveen. That was very insightful. So with that, I'll move to Mr. Suresh. So what are your views, sir, on the demand of smart, intelligent building systems to bring about a change in management of upcoming and current assets? And also, if you could tell us if you went in for any remote monitoring tools on your under construction sites during the pandemic.
Yeah, so I think to answer your question, rather the second question first, I would say that yes, in the pandemic, since I come from a warehousing industry, so entire pandemic we delivered project and there was no stoppage of work. A lot of e-commerce companies took warehouses during this entire.
Girish, if I can interrupt, we can't see your face somehow. You are audible, but you can't see your face.
Yeah, I actually, it seems to be some problem.
Yeah, much better. Yeah, much better.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, so I was saying that to answer your second question first about the pandemic, I think the various usage of various tools and techniques available for construction during pandemic. So the warehouse never stopped, or the logistic industry never stopped during pandemic. And there was a great demand from all the companies, to the tune that even the standard box, which were not BTS, were taken by a leading e-commerce company, and in a very short period, we had to convert it from a standard box to a BTS box. Yes, the technology, what generally I have also mentioned, that the procurement strategy. I mean, today we talk about entire e-tendering, where the generally activity of tendering takes close to 35 to 45 days, where you actually wrote the tender, give time to the vendors to revert back, then do the bidding. So because of the e-bidding, which is a platform, and the combination of ERP, we are able to upload an entire tender on the ERP. It automatically goes to the various vendors and panel vendors. They quote, the ERP by itself does the entire comparison, the cost comparison. Obviously, the technical comparison has to be done by our own efforts, but the entire process of tendering has reduced. So the pre-construction, from the day we used to sign off the deal, from when we hit the actually groundbreaking, used to be close to 45 days, 50 days. But today, in as less as 25 to 30 days, we are able to mobilize the vendors because of these technologies. Also, during the construction, we have used some remote monitoring systems, like we have installed cameras. I mean, these are all huge cameras which are used in the construction site, and we are able to monitor this through our apps on mobile. So on your own cell, you can operate, you can turn around the camera, you can see the progress. And also the ERP allows the various time monitoring, quality monitoring on a real-time basis. So yes, technology has helped, and during pandemic, definitely we are all forced to work. In fact, one of my colleagues also, Amit, also mentioned about work from home. So in construction also, we have seen that people have adapted to the work from home module, and in fact, they were more productive than otherwise. I mean, a lot of time which was generally taken for commuting or for socializing in the office was reduced to actually working at for the project. So I would say work from home and all this digital technology has helped during pandemic.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree with your statement. Work from home, even in the construction and specifically during the pre-con phase, has certainly changed the way that we used to deal with the pre-construction activities earlier. So it has bring in a lot of change in the mindset. So with that, I'll move to Mr. Sanjay. Did you use any specific technology interventions to deliver the projects which were under design development or at the construction phase during the pandemic?
So thank you for your question, Virendra. I think as I mentioned, we have been using the technology substantially to deliver the projects, both, and I'll talk about the brownfield as well as the greenfield project, because we are working on both. On the brownfield projects, couple of things that we need to do, and I think which is important from the perspective of social distancing and all the hygiene norms that we need to follow, is also to see how the work gets done effectively. Okay, and one of the requirement is to have a expert supporting us in terms of, say, when you want to do a machine installation or a big utility installation. So what we are doing actually is we are using a smartware technology, which is which is nothing but a kind of a virtual reality, where you use the smart glasses, and somebody expert sitting out of US can help you real time in terms of solving the problem, or helping you into the installation. So we are using that technology very effectively to get our machines designed or our facilities designed in terms of the real experience, and also looking at how we can use that in future for problem solving as well as training. So that's one part of it. And apart from that, I think, as mentioned earlier, a lot of technology usage like Beam, and using the known tools to make the entire facility touch free is a kind of technology that we are using in our design. What also is essential now going forward in the office asset class, as you mentioned earlier, we have to go for the hybrid design of office. So I think what we are trying to do now is to change the design of the office in such a manner that we have more collaborative spaces which are more touch free, and they can be operated and booked on the cloud basis. So I think these are some of the examples where we are using technology very effectively. And I think what I can say is the kind of efficiency that we have got in the last 9 months, even when most of the people are working from home, I think is much more effective than putting our heads together in a single room.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sanjay. A lot of things actually have undergone a paradigm shift. The thought process of coming to our office, working by putting your heads together, vis-a-vis, a remote machine installation being done by wearing goggles and getting guided how to go about attending to a machine failure, and how those, online the stuff is being managed. It's really, taken to the next level. And, I really appreciate your inputs over there. And with that, I'll take the last question of the session for Mr. Amit. So, Amit, almost a similar question for you. I mean, did you deliver any projects during, and including the makeshift studios, or which you spoke about, recording from the home and all that during the pandemic? And what technology solutions were adopted by you to deliver these projects?
Thanks, Virender. So we did actually a large project and it is still on the stages of being completed. We've kind of able to, design and build and start the construction of a huge studio in Kerala, which we are doing for our company. And I think we've heard a lot of good suggestions on this particular topic, even in our first session, and also now from our esteemed panelists, Mr. Vinod, Colonel Praveen, and Sanjay as well. And I think I completely agree. And, technology is revolutionizing the construction industry, and technology has been there here for a very long time. And I think it's the need for it to be used is I think now being established. And I think it's extremely important that we start digitization in this industry. This industry has always had a very flat growth rate in terms of completion of projects and so on. And I think technology is the only way we can speed it up and move forward. So obviously, the site that we had in Kochi, it was a studio site. So our focus was in building and studio acoustics, design elements, improved workflows, improved safety. Information flow was a very big challenge for us, especially with the building design. And we've heard a lot about building information modeling right now. So that was a big challenge, because what happens in a management huddle does not really reach the site on time, especially because of the pandemic. So that was a big challenge for us, and real-time updates. So, like the smart dashboards and mobile apps and so on and so forth. So these were something which we started off the project, which first we thought of. And even before I move on to answer it any further, I should tell you that technology has helped us to get, people, experts from various parts of the country on one platform to deliver this project, which earlier was a very difficult solution, because we have a designer now based in US, comes onto a Zoom call with us, it's a real-time change. We have a schematic designer based out of Malaysia, again comes on, on a video call with us. And so that kind of gives us, the freedom of selecting expertise, the best expertise that is available across the world, as well as in India. So some of them that we did use during this project, one of course was building information modeling. This I personally feel as it should be used, I think, in project management more effectively, more efficiently. It becomes it helps making the project more proactive and less reactive. We are able to identify issues earlier, give resolutions, give solutions, and all stakeholders are involved, because once we have a model, everybody has their own logins and all stakeholders are involved. Does not, kind of go back and forth with multiple people. So there is less wastage of time, and you end up reducing changes, reducing delays, reducing claims, and benefiting all the participants in the project. And of course, we use this more from a point of view from the stakeholders having an issue with communication and misunderstanding. That was the biggest issue we kind of identified before we started the project, because of no direct contact, or maybe limited direct contact. And of course, BMI gave us real-time changes, gave us the updates on the models instantly. It communicated to the command center in the area, in the space that the studio was building. And of course, it was a most updated information that was available at all times, and it helped people move on. We used a bit of artificial intelligence this time to improve productivity of our workers. The reason was that during COVID, we had a lot of the workers, availability of workers was a big concern. So they did a little bit of work on how to improve the productivity of employees, especially with construction tools. People keep walking up and down to get one hammer or get one chisel or get one item to fix up, stuff like that. So a lot of work went into that, and I think basis on that, the material movement, basis on that, the construction site, the toolboxes in construction sites, a lot of information was gathered and effectively deployed, and utilization of lesser number of people was possible to execute at this point in time. Again, of course, we have that ability and facility in India at this point in time to get that labor. But going forward, I think construction labor is going to be one of the biggest challenges coming forward. We used a little bit of virtual reality in safety and training, worked quite a bit well. Of course, I must thank our team in Hotstar who did virtual reality for cricket, and we kind of pulled that information from there and tried to do training, especially for machine safety for a lot of our employees. We use mobile technology. So as we discussed, we have a small project going on for our ESPN team. We are relocating their office space, and we got the smart dashboard on our apps right away, so that you could see what is the current progress. So every 2 hours, this app is updated, and the team, sends out information. Impromptu meeting is called across on this app, so that there is no delay if there is any confusion. And of course, and before we started the project, we also used a data collection app, which significantly saved a lot of time for us. Because it was a direct entry of data, so we didn't have to really wait for people to respond. Then you kind of upload it and then come up with solutions. It reduced data errors and so on, and of course had a great workflow. So these were very few things that we did use. So we touched upon technology quite a bit with the new project. And of course, inside the studio, the technology is very different. And you will see when the project is live, up and running, of the new studio that will come up.
We are really excited to see this new studio, and the way that you kind of run the show in spite of the COVID challenges. And you interestingly touched upon a very important aspect, labor availability.
Yeah.
Because this is certainly going to be a big challenge going forward, and technology intervention, if it can help us maximize the labor productivity, it will go. And as a concluding remark, I would like
Hello, Mr. Gupta, your voice is breaking.
on the. Is it better?
Yeah, it's audible now. It's audible.
Yeah, sorry for that. Seems like some issue with the Wi-Fi. So I was talking about the current situation due to COVID-19. It has impacted all the economies and the businesses across the world. And we anticipate there will be a paradigm shift in the way different stakeholders will evolve ways and means to deal with the challenges posed to the construction world and to the real estate. While there are surely multiple challenges posed by the current situation. However, it also provides opportunities to innovate. And your thoughts are kind of aligned with that innovation and give us opportunity to reinvent as well. The key is how the industry together to mitigate the impacts and other to find ways and means to be more efficient in the given scenario. And I would like to extend my thanks once again to everyone for being participative. And now I pass it back to Ronit from CII. Thanks all once again.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta and the esteemed panelists for that excellent discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with our third session, which is a special session on embracing the new. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Anil Haldipur, who is the Director and Project Management Group, CBRE India. And the speaker for this session is Dr. Shankar Goenka, the Managing Director, Author, Certified Master Trainer, Coach, and a TEDx speaker from Wow Factors India Private Limited. Welcome, sir, and welcome, Mr. Haldipur. With this, may I request the moderator to kindly take over the session. Over to you, Anil.
Sure. Thanks, Ronit. Quick sound check. Are you
Yes,
able
sir,
to hear me?
audible. Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Am I okay with the sound?
Yes, Dr. Goenka, you're audible. Clear.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are on the last session for our conference today. These are turbulent times and everyone is going through some or other challenges in their professional as well as their personal lives. We are required to manage working in different settings within our office and also from home. Social etiquettes and the way we used to spend our weekends and holidays also have changed a lot. We are forced to accept new normal, and that is also bringing in a lot of physical and psychological issues to the forefront. To give us insights on how to embrace new and to guide us on this topic, we have eminent personality with us. Please welcome Dr. Shankar Goenka. Dr. Shankar Goenka is on a mission to nourish his passion for building and refining human capital to help individuals and organizations to achieve super success. He has been conducting programs across the world focusing on creative thinking, transformational leadership, capacity building, women leadership, educational and social work, and also happiness. He travels across globe on invitations from national and international bodies for speaking and training assignments through his offices in India and overseas.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. 10 minutes में पहले late हो गया हूँ, पर वो भी lunch का time, so everything will go in this. So if you allow me, because
I'll take.
मतलब माफी चाहता हूँ, but मेरे को लगता है कि my job is to bring in smile and happiness on everyone's face. So if you give me some time, I would be able to do it.
No need for further introduction, Anil. I think.
So there is one. There is one very interesting insight that I would like to share about Dr. Goenka is during his school days, because of his helpful nature, he was called as Father Teresa by his teammates. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Shankar Goenka to talk about his views, how we should be coping up with the current challenges and adjust to new era. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. So Namaste Mumbai and everyone across the globe. Thank you so very much for inviting me. If you give me the right for screen share, sir, I would appreciate Team IT. And can I request Ronit, Datta Saab and Virendra Gupta ji and Ashim ji, Padiyar ma'am to come. At least I can see 6 of you because, you know, I'm a speaker of one-to-one. It's very difficult for me to speak audience without seeing their face. But I will, with your 6 nice, beautiful faces, I would be able to connect with all of you.
So believe me, there are many more on the Hive session. So, you know.
I know, sir.
So, yeah.
So, you know, sir, मेरा ये लाइफ में स्ट्रॉन्ग मानना है कि खुशियां तो तकदीर में होनी चाहिए, तस्वीरों में हर कोई मुस्कुराता है. So my job is to bring in happiness on everyone's life, not while taking a selfie or photograph. I believe in everyday's life, that smile and that happiness is very important. And I personally feel the biggest challenge what we are having is having missed prediction in life. So I'm going to speak a little bit on this. How come we are going through a tough time? देखिए, होता है सभी कह भी रहे हैं, but if you ask me, मुझे लगता है ये एक प्रोसेस है. कुछ ना कुछ नया लाइफ में होगा तो कुछ challenges आएंगे. So what I said, sir, about me was, I'm Shankar Goenka. I have only one wife and I have two children, Radhika and Parth, and 16 years I spent in industries and 14 years in education. मैं सर से बात कर रहा था, अनिल सर से, तो मैंने उनसे यही कहा कि सब लोग कहते हैं कि लाइफ में एक ही चीज मिलती है, क्या तो लक्ष्मी मिलती है, क्या सरस्वती मिलती है. ईश्वर की मेरे पर बड़ी कृपा रही कि पहले 16 साल मैंने अपने पिताजी की फैक्ट्रियां चलाई और 14 साल से मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ. And this is what small work I do. So to my great audience, you need to use your chat box while speaking here. Can you please help me to understand who is the tallest animal in jungle? I'm going to have a little test here also. So please, you can use, you need to use your chat box because I see here you are not allowed. So please use your chat box and help me to understand who is the tallest animal in jungle. मुझे पता है सुबह से आप लोग बहुत ज़्यादा ज्ञान ले रहे हैं, but let's see if you can do this. So who is the tallest animal in jungle? Can you please write it down? तो अनिल सर, मैं पहली न्यूज आपको देना चाहता हूं कि आपके सब पार्टिसिपेंट सोने चले गए. So they just switch it on their videos and keep it there and went away. So thank you very much. रोहिणी दत्ता साहब ने कहा है कि the tallest animal in jungle is giraffe. Thank you very much. My second question is, who is the wisest animal in jungle? Please help me to understand. I'm sure now this time 4 people will answer. Because जैसे जैसे हम आगे बढ़ेंगे थोड़ा थोड़ा मेरा काम है आपको जगाने का भी. So who is the wisest animal in jungle? So the wisest animal is fox. Now my third question to is, who is the fastest animal in jungle? अनिल सर को लग रहा था यार बड़े उम्मीदों से बुलाया था, ये पता नहीं क्या बोलने जा रहे हैं. Don't worry sir, I'll connect my story to next level. So the fastest animal is cheetah. Very good. Now my last question to is, who is the king of jungle? Lion. Yes, very good. Lion. Very nice. I'm sure everyone would agree with me that the king of the jungle is lion. Now, this is what I didn't want to know from you. The main question I want to know from you is, na to lion tallest, biggest hai, na lion tallest hai, na lion wisest hai, na lion fastest hai. Then how the hell is the king of jungle? Can you please help me to do this, please? It's very simple. Because of his attitude, because of his leadership qualities, because of his ownership. And that's what I'm going to cover today. You know, the biggest challenge all of us we have is we don't use our energy, we don't use our potential, we don't use your aura. Now, can you please help me to understand what you see in this picture? Dog is running the man or the man is taking the dog outside? What do you see here? Anil sir, आपको समझ में आया मैंने क्यों रिक्वेस्ट करी थी कि so that if I see all the audience, I can see their faces and I can make them a little bit interactive in this. So they're running together. No sir, if you see this picture little bit in a bigger way, you see कि dog जो है वो आगे चल रहा है और आदमी उसके पीछे. And this is what I want to cover here today here is, इस समय there are 2 kind of people on this earth. एक वो लोग हैं सर जो रोज सुबह उठते हैं और जब when they get up in the morning, Anil sir, is it okay if I cover in Hindi English mix or you have an English audience?
No, sir, the mix is perfectly fine.
Yes. Mix is all right. Okay, क्योंकि कुछ बात हिंदी में कही जा सकती है, कुछ इंग्लिश में. To say cigarette is easy and straight Dhumrapan Dandika becomes difficult for cigarette. So I will use both the languages, please, if you allow. So this time, Virendra Gupta said there are 2 categories of people in this slide. So one who gets up in the morning, they know what is their goal, and whatever their goal is there, they make a shoot at that goal. Because they know what is my goal. There is second category of people. They also get up in the morning. But what they do first, they first make a shoot. और जहां पे गोली लग जाती है वो जाकर अपना गोल वहां लगा देते हैं और कहते हैं ये मेरा गोल है. And 99% people on this earth, what they do is they are not able to identify their goal. So to all my great audience, my first request to all of you is, please have a goal for yourself. Can I ask audience, have you traveled by train by any chance? Say yes, no on the channel box so that I could
I'm
understand.
sure all of us would have.
Yes, okay. So सब लोगों ने ट्रेन से ट्रैवल किया होगा कभी ना कभी. कभी ऐसा मौका आया कि you go to the station and you say, भैया एक टिकट देना. Have you ever got a chance that you go to the ticket counter and say, please give me one ticket? So what is the first question they ask you? The minute you ask for a ticket, कि एक टिकट देना, the only, what kind of question Anil sir he asked?
Destination, कहाँ जाना है?
जाना कहाँ है? So whether you have to travel from Churchgate to Dadar or you have to travel from Churchgate to Virar, the only one question he asks is कि जाना कहाँ है? Whether it is for 10 minutes or it is for 15 minutes or it is for 2 hours or 24 hours. And we live for 70 years. हम 70 साल जीते हैं पर हमें पता नहीं होता कि जाना कहाँ पर है. So my first request is, please set a goal for yourself. And what I want to tell you, friends, when you set up a goal, you make a plan. If the plan doesn't work, change the plan, not the goal. You know, when you see a movie, when you see something nice, every morning you decide, you know, I'll go for a walk on Monday. And unfortunately, that Monday never comes. So if you want to do something in life, don't wait for tomorrow. Please start it then and there. And that is what in today's time says. I agree with you that this is a tough time. We are all seeing different areas. But please understand, ladies and gentlemen, please, you need to understand, in today's time, there's a lot of hope and there is a lot of possibilities. You just need to act as a bridge. You can create a bridge and go to next level. मेरा ये मानना है कि ईश्वर एक दरवाजा बंद करता है, दूसरा दरवाजा जरूर खोलता है. Sir, from speaking perspective, it took me 13 years, sir, to reach 5 lakh people. After Corona happened, I reached 7 lakh people only in less than 12 months. Can you see the kind of opportunity I got? And I was able to reach 20 countries. I believe I would have never traveled so much in 1 year. So for someone, you need to see what kind of opportunities you have. And I feel in today's time, there is so much of work around us, but you don't find right people. And it's not about right people. It's all about your attitude. It's all about your ownership. It's all about your skill. It's all about your, you know, belongingness into that project, which is very important. What do you see, sir, here? Can you please help me to understand what do you see on the screen?
Black dot.
Black dot, first class. Wonderful, sir. I'm sure participants, if you're there, please help me to understand. अब lunch का जहाँ पे बात है.
Screen is a black dot.
Pardon me, sir?
The center of the screen is a black dot.
The center. So it all depends on you, sir. You see a black spot or you see a white screen. So if you see a white screen, you see an opportunity. And if you see a black spot, I'm sure whatever work you have, you get stuck into this. And what I want to show you here is, you got 4 books in front of you. Can you please help me to understand what you see in these books? There is one line which is common in all the books. Please, Padiyar ma'am, if you could see Anil sir, Vendra sir, and participant, can you please help me to understand there is one line common which is in all the 4 books. And it's going to play extremely, yes. So Vendra sir, it says they're all bestsellers. Now, please, my second question to you is, please help me to understand, are authors supposed to write or are authors supposed to sell? None of them said, I'm the best author. They said, we are the best seller. Why? Because if they only focus on writing, they'll only be a professor. So I always say, Anil sir, if you are born poor, is not your fault. But if you die poor, is definitely your fault. Whether you are CEO, you are MD, you are working or any level, it is extremely important in life. Create your brand. So please, my second message to all of you is, please work on your brand. आप अपने आप में एक ब्रांड हैं, आप अपने आप में एक ऑरा हैं, आप अपने आप में एक एनर्जी हैं, आप अपने आप में एक बॉम्ब हैं. You just need to have that energy around you. And Gupta sir, many people tell me, sir, Doctor Saab, please help us to understand. यार कई बार मैं बोर हो जाता हूँ. लाइफ बड़ी बोरिंग हो गई है. और मैं उनको कहता हूं ओनली बोरिंग पीपल गेट बोर्ड। मुझे तो टाइम ही नहीं मिला कभी बोर होने का। एंड आई एम श्योर पीपल हु आर इन्वॉल्व, टाइम कहाँ है बोर होने का? सर आपको लगता है कभी होते होंगे? गुप्ता साहब को तो शायद टाइम ही नहीं मिलता होगा। So it all depends on you, how you take yourself and go to next level. Anil sir, am I making sense?
Yes, sir. You sure do.
But yeah, ma'am, are you with me? I'm on the same page, or I'm talking something which is of no use to you? Are you okay, sir? Is my language, is my speech, everything going on well?
Yes, sir. Perfectly all right.
एक बार क्या हुआ सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब से किसने पूछा कि साहब आपको पिज्जा कैसा लगता है? एंड कलाम साहब ने कहा कि pizza always confuses me. And we say, why? He says, because it comes in a square box. When you open, it is round. And when you start eating it, it is triangle. He says pizza and life and people like pizza. They say it looks different, it appears different. And of course, they behave completely different. So मुझे लगता है लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा साइंस है लोगों को समझना। अच्छा, हम समझ क्यों नहीं पाते हैं? क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना, अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज डीपर देन नॉलेज। देयर आर मेनी पीपल हु नोज यू, बट देयर आर वेरी फ्यू पीपल हु अंडरस्टैंड्स यू। नाउ टू ऑल लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज यूज योर ब्रेन टुडे इवनिंग and try to understand this, whether knowing is important or understanding is important. And Gupta Sahab, there is a research which says in dunya mein only 2% people think. How much? Only 2% people think. 3% people think that they think. And 95% people die. They even don't think. So please get into the habit of thinking and asking people around you. What I want to convey here is I covered this, and I'm sure you all see brilliant top branded watches here. Many times in society when you go, आपका ध्यान होता है कैसे शूज पहने, क्या पहना हुआ है, वॉचेस कौन सी है. So what I always say is, do not focus on timepieces, focus on time, which is more important than this. And I just said that let's get into the habit of understanding people. Because I always believe whenever you meet someone for the first time, you always keep on trying to understand कि आप कौन हैं? Who are you? I always say don't try to understand others. Try to understand yourself, that कि मैं कौन हूँ? What are my challenges? How I can go to next level? What I can do for others? I feel that is more important than anything else. And I strongly say, sir, 85% of your success depends on your personality. Whether you are concerned or your children at home are concerned or your colleague are concerned, it's not about how much knowledge they have. It's more about how well they can present it to the people. I'm sure all the people who are in front of me, all heading big companies and big teams. You see many of your guys below you, they may be having big knowledge, but when they come to deliver you, they lose on personality. So focus on personality, focus on communication, focus on negotiation, and try to be a leader. I strongly believe every great leader is a good storyteller. So please create a story around you. And it's only 15% due to technical knowledge. Gupta sir, once I was called by DMRC, Dr. Mangu Singh ji ne mujhe bulaya bolne ke liye. And when he called me, because he knew me, I did a lot of keynote speaking with him. So he said, no, please, Dr. Goenka, come and speak at our forum. So when I went to his office, so typical HR guys, they told me, sir, why do we need you? तो मैं बोला साहब मैं तो एमडी साहब के बुलावे पे आया हूँ. तो बोले नहीं, we are the finest training company, we are the only profitable metro in the world. And we are the finest training center at our place. 600 people can stay and 300 people can take technical training on a daily basis. And we have a training facility which is at par. And I said, so that is why you need me. But why? I said, because when you hire people, you hire because of their technical skills. And when you fire people, you fire because of their behavior. So I believe behavior plays an extremely important role in today's life. And many times people tells me, कि डॉक्टर साहब मैंने तो कभी किसी का बुरा नहीं किया. I always try to help people. I never did wrong with anyone. So I say, hello. How people treat you is their karma, and how you react is your karma. And Gupta sahab, आज की session से I want to convey to all my audience one very important thing. Sir, using right word is very important. We started, instead of using right word, we started using the language of convenience. For example, it is karma, not karma. It is Himalaya, not Himalaya. It is Sunil Gavaskar, not Gavaskar. It is Tiruvarananthapuram. Tiru yani Lakshmi, Var yani Pati, Ananthapuram yani Lakshmi ke Pati ka sthan, and is the place of divine, not Trivandrum. It is the language of convenience. It is Ravindranath Thakur, not Tagore. Ravindranath ji come from Calcutta, from a place called Thakurbadi. So when you start using different language, you change the meaning of it, and I'm sure that is how things going wrong to next places. And for a team, all of you are there. And again, I say you all have a great team, but please understand, friends, the wrong person in the wrong place will always have regression. And the wrong person in the right place will always have frustration. And the right person in the wrong place will always have confusion. But the right person at the right place will always have progression. Our country, our society, our families, we will only grow when the right people at right places. Then you have multiplication. And I strongly believe, sir, that monkeys are great climbers, but even monkeys fall out of tree. Do you agree with me with this, sir, or no?
Yes.
Why? You know, because nobody is perfect. Everyone is looking for perfection. Gupta sahab, the best part in life, Anil sir, ki every man want to have a perfect woman. And every woman on this world expects a perfect man. And the best part is perfect does not exist. So to great audience, if you just focus on one thing, your life becomes better. And that point is anger. If I ask you how many of you get angry, all of you would say, yes, sir, we also get angry. And there is no harm in getting anger. It's biological, it's psychological, it is natural. And the challenge in our life doesn't come from anger. The challenge comes in our life from ego anger. So when you bring angry in your life and you make it ego, that is where the challenge comes. And I want to give a small example on this. I'm a coach and I do a lot of family counseling. And Gupta Sahab and Anil sir and Padiyar ma'am and Roni Datta Sahab, with God blessing so far, I was able to say 58 divorces. So you give me any tough couple and I will make them happy. So that's what my job is. So once I was doing a counseling and, it was getting late, and it so happened that my working studio is on the first floor and my home is at the second floor. And, when I was doing counseling, or Bharat ki har nari ki ek hi chinta ki khana kha lo. So 8 o'clock, my boy came in and he said, sir, ma'am sab bula rahi hai, khana kha lo. Maine kaha, boss, bata de, main counseling kar raha hu. And after 30 minutes, my daughter came in and she says, Papa, mummy khane ke liye bula rahi hai. I said, Bhagwan, mujhe maaf kar do. And after 30 minutes, again, my son came in ki mummy naraz ho rahi hai. Maine kaha, mujhe bhook nahi hai. And after 15-20 minutes, my wife came in, she banged the door ki aapko to bilkul. मैंने कहा यार तू समझ लोग सब बैठे हैं यहाँ, and it's a family matter. There's a tough time between husband and wife, please. And she went out of the room in a tough, and you know how ladies, and she banged the door and she went up. मैंने कहा भगवान आज तेरा काम हो गया. So when I went up after finishing my this thing, I said, I'm so sorry. तुझे पता है यार मैं यार I get lost in the counseling. And the one statement after 27 years of my marriage, she said कि जिस दिन से इस घर में आई हूँ आपने कभी मुझे सुखी नहीं रखा. I said, but hello, what I did? I was doing a counseling. I was not selling any affine. And she took it to her life. So I asked my wife, Viniti, please help me to understand. Are you honestly angry with me, or you have taken ego to your life? And she said, I'm sorry. So the point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you is, please remember, anyone can make mistakes. There is no harm in making mistakes. But कामयाब वही हैं जो अपनी गलतियों से सीख कर आगे बढ़ते हैं. And to my great audience, I strongly believe सड़क कितनी भी साफ हो, धूल हो ही जाती है, और इंसान कितना भी अच्छा हो, भूल हो ही जाती है. So don't look too much into perfection. We are born to be imperfect people. Just try to adjust and things become all right. And in this tough time, everyone say, itna stress ho gaya, itna depression ho gaya. So my great audience, what I want to tell you is, you can handle stress, but you cannot handle over stress. Stress could be natural. Over stress, you take it by yourself. So please learn to do that. Because I believe negative thinking is natural. For positive, you need to work hard. So work hard. Enjoy this one. माँ बस क्या सबसे प्यारी मूरत भगवान नजर आता है जब देखे तेरी सूरत जब जब दुनिया में आए तेरा ही आंचल पाए जन्मों के दीवारों पर हम प्यार अपना लिख जाए बंधन तो प्यार का बंधन है जन्मों का. So my message to all my great audience is, as a leader, as a head of a family, as a great citizen, learn to give respect to your parents. Believe me, friends, if you give respect, your children will give you respect. Your people around you will respect you. Then you all walk into extra life. And my message to all of you is, use your influence, not your power. This great summit of CII and by CBRE, my humble request to all of you is, power is no challenge. Influence is challenge. और इस दुनिया के दो सबसे बड़े एग्जाम्पल है मदर टेरेसा and Princess Diana. They are the biggest influencer on this earth. And you know, sir, when they died, there was only 1 week gap. Princess Diana died on 31st August 1997, and Mother Teresa died on 5th September 1997. But when Princess Diana died, her funeral was watched by 2.5 billion people. This kind of influence she was able to create. If you see in this picture, all the people above on the top side, they all had influence. And all the people below you see, they all able to use power. हमारे योगी आदित्यनाथ यूपी के सीएम कहते हैं कि सत्ता तो विरासत में मिल सकती है, लेकिन बुद्धि विरासत में नहीं मिल सकती है. To your people around you, teach them the language of influence. I had great coaches in my life. I had a privilege to have coaches like J.R.D. Tata Saab, G.D. Birla Saab, Dhirubhai Ambani Saab. What I learned from them is influence. And learn to have influence around you. And that is something very good. So my message to all of you is, every great leader is a great storyteller. I'm sure all of you, if you're able to create a story, if you're able to narrate something out to your people, I'm sure it's going to make too much of sense in people's life. With this note, friends, you only live once. But if you do it right, once is enough. अपने आप को प्रूव करने के लिए 7 जन्म लेने की जरूरत नहीं. God has given you 1 life. Give your best. Gupta Saab, my motto of life is, everyone should learn as much as they can. And when you learn, you must earn as much as you can. And Madam Padiyar, when you earn as much as you can, you must return to society as much as you can. So my mantra of life is learn, earn, and return. With this note, May God bless you and your family today and all. Thank you so very much for inviting me. It's been a pleasure speaking to all of you. I hope people around back of the screen, they must be listening to me. If you got any question, you are more than welcome to connect with me. If I could able to help you on any ground, whether it is professional or personal, if I can contribute in making you a happy person, it would be my privilege to assist you. Thank you so very much once again. Namaste.
Thanks, doctor. Thanks a lot.
Your time. Yes, sir. If I got some questions, I would be able to answer them. And
so, due to the paucity of time, what I would request here is the questions which are posed by the audience, if we can collect them all and put them in a mail, and which can be sent to Dr. Goenka for him to look at it.
Please. And if you want this PPT, or if you want some presentation, please write a mail to me. I have a very simple man, sg@shankargoenka.com, and I will send you my presentation so that you can note down some points. Thank you very much once again, sir, for inviting me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, friends, the positivity that we got from this session is what we all need at this testing times. Thank you again for this delightful session, Doctor. This is the 10th consecutive year that CBRE Project Management and CII has conducted annual conference. It has proven to be a very informative platform to share knowledge within real estate sector. This is the second year in a row that we have conducted our Mumbai conference on virtual platform. Though it was necessary due to restrictions due to COVID, it is a clear testimony on how we all can use technology to its maximum. We have got very good participation from the industry for the program, and I want to thank each and every one of you who has attended this program. I sincerely hope that the sessions that we conducted were helpful, and hope that you will be able to make use of these learnings in your professional as well as your personal life. I would like to thank all panelists and moderators for sharing your experience and thoughts for Recalibrate for 2021 and beyond, which was the theme of this conference. This event would not have been successful without our sponsors for making this conference a success. So I would like to thank our platinum partner Woodcraft and gold partner Avenue for providing their support to make this conference a huge success. Thanks Ronit and Asim from CII team for making this event a success. Thank you to all my colleagues from CBRE Project Management and Marcom team and others who have been working in the background to manage every small detail for this event. Special note of gratitude to all our clients, colleagues, vendors, contractors, and everyone who has logged in for this event. And with this, we come to the end of this program. Be safe, be healthy. That's me signing off and looking forward to see you all in person very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haldipur. Thank you, Mr. Virendra Gupta. Thank you, Dr. Goenka. Session today, and bring the session to a close at the end of the decade edition of the CII Infrastructure Project Management, and looking forward to see you again soon. Thank you, and with this I close the session.
Thank you. Anil sir, आज का lunch due रहा next time के लिए.
Yes, next time whenever when you're back in Mumbai, let me know. We'll catch up definitely.
Pleasure. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.